Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM. So a Dubai student is turning Dubai's daily traffic headaches into a scalable solution. He's built a carpool platform which is now being used across thousands of employees in order to cut congestion and cost and emissions. And the idea started with a simple commute problem, and it's looking like it's going to gain some traction. This is Anvith Yelamanchili with me this morning, and he's the brains behind it. Anvith, it's good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure, actually. It's good to meet you. I would sort of hazard a guess that most 17-year-old guys at school are busier gaming, maybe preparing for exams, maybe playing football. In your case, you're a fencer, doing that, or all of those. But you looked at the E11, good old Sheikh Zayed Road, one morning, and you saw, I suppose, a business opportunity, but an opportunity to do something better. When did you realize that traffic was a problem and that maybe you could fix the problem?
Yeah, I think globally we've all seen there's just been a general increase in traffic.
Yeah.
And also one thing that I noticed was a lot of this traffic, especially to school, is from similar communities. So you'd have a group of people from Arabian Ranches, a group of people from Motor City, all going to one school.
Yeah.
And so I thought that that would be an opportunity to really cut down the amount of cars on the road while still being convenient for parents, because carpooling, you only need to drive half the time, you can work out better arrangements, and so it would make the commute quicker, it would make it much more convenient, and it's also great for the environment.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? This week, the schools have all gone back, so remote learning or distance learning is now ended. So I've noticed the commute changing this week. This has been launched this week. And I was thinking about this. I mean, a lot of people would look at this and say, you know, you're a young guy, you're 17, aren't you? So that's a disadvantage. I was thinking that's probably not true. You've kind of got a superpower here in a way, because you don't drive yet, do you?
No.
You don't drive yet, right. So you don't just accept that there is traffic. It's very different when you're a passenger in a car or on a school bus or whatever it is. So I'm thinking you look at this as though this is a broken system. I could fix this, or at least I could do it better. So I'm kind of wondering if that perspective, if that's the way you look at it, and if that's been an advantage. Do you think that's the case?
Yeah, I think my age is, I don't think it's an advantage or disadvantage.
Okay.
Just because I'm not super young as well.
No, but it's just a different way
it
of
is.
viewing
Yeah,
it.
it would be a different perspective, because obviously I've never driven before.
Yeah.
But I view it as youth empowerment and to inspire people that are also my age to actually make a difference. Because this platform, in theory, I mean, it's not really so groundbreaking. It's just to promote carpooling, and yet it's a small step that can lead into bigger and bigger benefits. Right.
Well, for sure. But I mean, you've built something here, haven't you?
Yeah.
So, all right. So you have the idea, and then you think the idea through, and you think that you've got a solution to a real world problem here. I mean, this is an issue for so many people. How do you go from having that idea to convincing a group of people to actually trust you? Because that's really important, I think, and also to get different people into a car together, because it's not just like a software challenge. It's not just coding, is it? You've got to get people to buy into the idea, to trust that this is going to be better for me.
Yeah. So the Damak partnership actually started from a WhatsApp group. So I was part of some ESG professionals group, and I talked about the platform and I wanted people to sign up. And so the sustainability manager, he actually reached out to me over WhatsApp and said, I'm really interested. Could you tell me more? And so that's where that started. And in regards to your second point regarding how do you make changes in people's attitudes, I viewed it as a two-step approach. First was awareness. So when you fill out on the platform, when you sign up for your journey, you see what your carbon footprint looks like for the year. And it really surprises a lot of people because they don't expect it to be that high. And so they're in that attitude like, oh, this is something that I should look into reducing or trying to offset, or is there something I can do to change that, basically. And then the second approach is also the convenience of it. because you don't need to drive as much. You can also, and it's also a community aspect. You're closer to your community because the platform Community Carpool matches you with someone that's already in your school. And so you get to know other people in your community a lot more as well.
It sounds like a no-brainer, really.
Yeah, it does.
It really
Yeah.
does. All right, then. So how does the matching system actually connect commuters going the same way? How does that work?
Yeah, so it's a two-pronged approach. Once you fill out your journey, it goes into the system, and then there's the first step, which is called Haversign. So what that does is it plots straight lines between points. So it sees how far are you from someone else's journey. So it checks who is closest to you from just using straight lines. And then once it does that, it uses something called Mapbox. So Mapbox is basically, it's similar to Google Maps, but it basically puts pins everywhere and sees with like traffic in mind and with the actual routes, what does it look like for this person to get to this point, and what does this journey look like compared to someone else's? Do they overlap enough? So first it uses the direct straight lines to see who is in terms of radius, who's closer, and then it will use the actual routes to see in reality, does that check out? And then if they both check out and they both are like, yes, they're close enough and the journeys overlap enough, then it will send both of them an email saying they're a match. And so we have a percentage system, so it's between 80 to 100% is what we expect within a match.
Okay, so it's kind of hyper efficient, really,
Yeah.
isn't it? It all seems like, amazingly, I understood what you just said. I'm kind of proud of myself in a weird kind of a way, but you launched this on, what was it, Earth Day? So that's just earlier this, it was just a few days ago, right? Is sustainability, ESG, environmental, social, and governance, is that something that's important to you? Is that something that you want to be involved in? Are you thinking about that as a career course in some way?
Yeah, definitely. In the future, that's one aspect that I'm quite interested in, especially that intersection between business and sustainability.
Okay. Well, what kind of impact can this carpooling community, if you like, have on emissions and congestion? If you were to scale this, what are you sort of looking at, do you think?
Yeah, so it would be a reduction of cars on the road. It would mean that specific journeys to like school or to your workplace, the actual time that it takes would reduce because there are less cars. And it really depends on how people view the platform. It's very early, so I think there are about 650 people that have signed up. So of those, about 2/3 have gotten a match, and some portion of that have started carpooling. So it's very early to tell, but from the small population that signed up, it's been pretty beneficial.
So you got 650 people signed up,
Yeah.
and it's been online for what, 3 days?
About 2 months. So the
it's been
Damak
on-
partnership
the
was
launch is-
yeah.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was for public for 2 months ago, and then the Damak specific one was 2 days ago.
Right. Okay. Why is it browser based? Why is there no app? Do you not want people to sign up to an app? Was there a particular reason for that?
Yeah, it's far more convenient for people to go on a website than it is an app, because then you have to download something, you need to sign up, you need to fill out all of your information. It's very inconvenient. And also apps, they break down frequently. They have a lot of glitches, so they have to have a lot of uptime, and you need to make sure that there are no bugs in the software. And so compared with that to a website is much easier to host. And it's much more convenient for people. All you need to do is open your browser, type in communitycarpool.org, and you're there already. And you can fill it out. So the point is that people aren't on the platform for a long period of time. That's what separates this from other solutions, is that it only takes 30 seconds to fill out, and then you get your information through email. So you don't really need to be on the website for long. So why have an app for all of that?
Okay. Well, that kind of surprises me, because most of us look for an app for, I don't know, we look for apps for everything these days, don't we? So you're taking it right back to basics.
Yes.
And that's a lot more, I guess it's potentially a lot more stable.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. One of the things about this is you're kind of walking into boardrooms with this, with people that are 30 years, 40 years senior to you. Do you think, and have you found this, you said that they reached out to you about the idea, but do you think you have to work harder to be taken seriously, or does the simplicity of this kind of work in your favor?
Yeah, I think especially for Damak, I really appreciate the support they've shown. I think, yeah, because I'm very young. So for them to actually reach out to me and be like, we're interested and we want to support you has been really inspirational. And the support is very helpful because they were also the people that were testing this. So
Okay.
they gave me some feedback. And so that was greatly appreciated. And so I think perhaps for other companies, it would be a challenge. But with Damak, they were really supportive and it was really, really helpful.
So it's as simple as they just got in touch with you and said how this whole collaboration came about. Just somebody got in touch and said, "Look, we're interested in this. We want to do something." Simple as that.
Yeah, I think the vision in beginning was just like some interest, and we want to like look into it more and like what does this look like, and then it went into collaboration once there was that testing period, and they really saw the value in the platform.
Okay, so you're in school. You are a student. I'm guessing there are exams coming up.
Yeah,
So you're working on that as well. You're doing this, and you've now got thousands of people potentially looking at using the platform and really depending on it every morning. There's a bit of pressure there, and
Not really.
you don't seem to you're not worried, are you?
No, because
for you.
the platform itself is very simple.
Yeah.
I think the benefit of it is that once you get an email and you know who you've matched with, you don't need the platform anymore. So you know that person, then it's your job to establish what that carpooling journey looks like. And so you don't need the app to report back to or...
So you've just put it out there, and if you use it,
Yeah, if you use it and you get what you need from it, you don't need to go back and... I mean, you can sign up again for another journey or if you want to find a different person to match with, but all you're really doing is exchanging information, and then once that's done, we don't really do anything. It's between you and that other person.
it's amazing. It's the thing we should make clear here, right? And I think this is right. Let me just ask you this. Carpooling is only permitted if it's non-commercial.
Yes.
That's
yes,
right, isn't
yes,
it? Okay,
yes.
so there's no, this is not, a for-profit initiative. This is just a way of, helping people, I guess.
Of course.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we've had taxi drivers reach out, different drivers saying we'll drive for you, and so we don't entertain any of those offers.
Right, okay. So this is just to kind of connect people and maybe they can get to work a little bit easier. What about feedback so far? What are you hearing from users rather than, your association with Damak?
It's been pretty positive. I think people find it quite useful because it's very simple and it's very like quick and there's not a lot to really do. So it's quite straightforward, and all you do is sign up and then you get your emails. And so I think people have been quite positive.
Okay. In terms of the challenge technically, I get the logic of it, and it seems like real common sense, the straight lines then working that you described. What was the biggest technical challenge? What was the biggest issue that you faced when you put this together? Actually, as well as that, talk me through the process of the initial kind of idea to the coding to the end product.
Yeah, so I think the idea came about last year when I was just thinking about it because of my brother's commute, and it had gone from like 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's his commute to school.
Yeah.
And so I think I didn't really work on it much. It was just a thought that came to mind. And then in December, I really thought that this problem is only going to get worse globally. We need to do something about it. So then I created a MVP, which was I used a platform similar to Google Forms. It's called Tally. So it's a survey platform.
Sure.
And I created just like a quick MVP of it, so that's a minimum viable product, which was just like a mock-up. So it was basically the same as the platform, but on this survey as like questions. And then the back end was connected to Google Colab, so it would just run the logic that I'd spoken about before, but in like a much more simpler way. And then it was hooked up to Google Sheets. So it was a very like rough product. And I think that was really helpful in understanding what the feedback was, what people found helpful, what wasn't helpful, and how users would actually interact with the platform. Because I got quite a surprising amount of like submissions, and like how they would fill out and how they would interact with the platform really helped me in improving it as well. So that was quite helpful. And then when I realized that there was some demand for this, then I thought, let me make a better version that is actually hosted on a website and wouldn't fall apart. Because I realized like if it had passed like that minimum viable product, if it had passed 200 signups, it would have been really slow and it just wouldn't have worked. So then I said, let me open a website. Let me actually create a proper database where it's actually hosted well. The server and the matching should be quite efficient. And then there should also be emails that will be sent out. So it started from an MVP, and then it moved into a website. So I use Claude Code to help me code up the front end. But anything that is sensitive, so that's like data and the calculations, are all run on something called Superbase. So that's a third-party platform. They have their own encryptions, so the data is secure.
Okay. I'm knocked back by this. I've got to be honest. What do your friends think?
Yeah, I think it's been pretty positive. I think they've seen some of the news articles and they've kind of shared it to me, and they're like, "Oh,
it's all over the papers. You're kind of famous at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're certainly in your 15 minutes of fame. There's no doubt about that. Do your friends look at you and think, is there anybody else? Are you in a group of people with a similar kind of mindset, or are you? I don't know. I'm trying to work out where all this comes from, because it's a really smart. It's seemingly so simple, but it's a really smart way to approach it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I suppose those are where the best ideas come from, in a way, anyway.
Yeah.
What else do I want to ask you? There's so many questions. How about, and you mentioned this briefly here, sensitivity of data, and that's something that's kind of front and center at the moment for lots of us. How are users protected in terms of privacy and safety? Because you're sharing, you're sharing rights here.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
So first of all, we ask for as little information as possible. So that's what I learned on that MVP stage, like what information is actually needed to start carpooling.
Okay.
And also this is connected to Google points of interest. So if you've ever used Google Maps, and if you type in the first few characters, you get like where you're supposed to go. So that's what's actually plugged into the platform. So in the from and the to box, if you enter the first few characters, you actually get the full name of where you're trying to go. And we purposely ask for and we purposely hide more sensitive information. So let's say I live in Arabian Ranches, Street 10, Villa 5, right? So we say don't include the street, don't include the villa. All you should say is like Arabian Ranches and then the sub-community like Sahil. It depends on where it's applicable, like maybe a building, you'd say the building name and maybe which tower or something like that. But don't give us anything more specific than that, and we purposely make sure that you don't. And then all we ask for is your name, which is just your first name, and your email. So we don't have your phone number, we don't ask for any of that, and so that's not shared to anyone. And then when you fill it out, you control where your data goes. So at any time, if you want to delete your data, you can, because we are GDPR compliant. So that comes with a set of safety standards and how we can use data. And so within 24 hours, we will completely delete all of your data. So once you get matched with someone, your names are actually not shared until you approve to say, I want to share my contact information with this person. So let's say I get like 15 matches. Yeah. I can go one at a time and approve it or deny it. So let's say the first person I deny it, they'll never see that I denied it, or they'll never see my name, or they'll never see any of my contact information. Only once I approve it and once they approve it, then there'll be that swap in contact information. So at every step of the way, you control where your data is, what can be done with it, and if you want to ever like retract from the platform, you can.
Okay, and then your association with DAMAC, I guess is that mainly for like DAMAC employees?
Yes,
for people to get to work. So there's an inherent kind of safety within that organisation, I guess, as well. Yeah. All right then. Do you see this expanding beyond, like the one company idea into like a city, like a regional solution maybe? Because Dubai is building or looking to the future of kind of autonomous transit and integrated mobility. That's something that as well is happening. Your platform could almost become like a service layer, I suppose, couldn't it? Could you build it that way? Can you integrate it that way into maybe the official, I don't know, transport apps here in Dubai? Is that a possibility?
That would be great. I mean, I think I'm going to reach out and see what RTA and they think, but yeah, it would be up to them.
Okay. What about real-time tracking or incentives or things like that? Is that something you're considering? Is that maybe a next stage?
So in terms of real-time tracking, we don't want to get into any of that because
do that at all.
Yeah, because that involves asking for your location, asking for even more sensitive data that will muddle the whole experience. and then you would have to download an app for that tracking to even work, and it would just be a nightmare, and I don't think users would be comfortable in doing that. But in terms of incentives, I think that's a long-term goal, that if we find companies that are willing to put up incentives, that we would host them on the platform. So we still need to think through what that would look like, but that's definitely a long-term goal.
So there's more for this to come,
Definitely.
isn't there?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. What have we got? We've got a few minutes left. Is there a hurdle to scaling this further, or can you see this growing exponentially? Because you've got thousands now in the UAE, right? How many people have you got, did you say?
650.
Oh, okay, so you're coming up to 1,000, 650 people. Could you see it going from that to hundreds of thousands?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it started 2 months ago. So, and in the beginning, it was just me trying to promote it on like WhatsApp groups and wherever I can. So I think now, especially with Damak showing that they trust me and they give trust to the platform, and with all of the news coverage, I think that it can definitely grow into thousands. And also, this is a global platform. It works anywhere. So I'm hoping to expand this. We already see users in India and in all over the world. So to expand that push as well, it's just because I'm based here, so I have the best push here.
Yeah, for sure. So, you know what's in my head? It's really simple, right? Ostensibly, it's a really simple platform. It's a really simple idea. It's very difficult to put it together, and I think your thought process is clearly very focused, very targeted. It's your idea. Why has nobody done something like this before?
I think there have been solutions in the past.
Yeah.
I believe there have been a lot of apps, but and they still are available. I think some have shut down, at least the local versions, just because there's a lot of cost with upkeeping an app. You have to pay $100 to Apple and then to Samsung, and then you have to the cross platforms and try and support everything. It all adds to a cost. So having this on a website, it's much cheaper to run. So this can run indefinitely.
Yeah.
And I think with the non-localized ones, like you have the major companies that are all over the world that have similar apps, is that they ask for a lot of information, they ask for a lot of data, and then it's pretty dubious. You don't know where that goes. They could have a data leak, or they're selling it to advertisers. So our unique stance is that you don't need to be on our platform for a long time. All you do is sign up. You have control over your data, and you don't need to suffer through those platforms.
Okay. And I suppose the other hurdle is you've got to get people out of their own cars. You've got to have this.
Yeah.
You've got to find people that are willing to carpool. It's got to be attractive in that way. I mean, that's a really difficult one.
Yes.
But particularly in a city like Dubai, because we love our cars, don't we?
Yeah.
How are you going to do that?
I'm not saying to fully take away your car, but you can work out an arrangement that's beneficial, maybe like 50-50. So you still drive your car, but you're contributing positively to the environment. In your community, you're helping your friend or your employee, or it depends what the context is, but it would be an all-around net positive for everyone involved.
So it would, yeah. I don't mean to grill. I'm not grilling you in any way. Don't get me wrong. I'm just interested. There's just loads of questions coming to mind because I can't see a reason to fault it at the moment, and it's fascinating. Is this part of a grand plan for you? Are you looking at a career in coding or tech or ESG? Are you going to combine all those? Because you've got all the skills, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not so much CS, but definitely around ESG and sustainability and business, trying to see what that intersection looks like. I think, I mean, we have to see, because the world is changing so much, like what these industries would even look like in 10 years.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? I mean, the old adage that, kids in school now are being taught for jobs that don't yet exist. And, it's all changing, I suppose.
Yeah.
Final question for you. We've got literally a couple of seconds. Any advice to other people, your age, if you want to, create something, go and do something, what would you say to anybody who has something in mind?
Yeah. So this week was actually Earth Day. So the theme was our planet, our power. And I think that's what everyone should know, that we all, especially the youth, have the power to make a positive impact. Even so small, like it can increment into something that's much more bigger and can snowball into massive compounding positive effects. So I think everyone should make some project. They should look into, how can I empower youth? How can I make an impact? What can I do? Instead of trying to undermine themselves or be like, well, it's not my problem, or I'm too young to do it.
Yeah, okay. Fostering that right attitude. I wish more people were like you, Anvith. I really do. Innovation has got nothing to do with age. It's just about seeing where there's friction and removing it, I suppose. Yeah. Anvith Yellowman Chili, 17 years old. You can find the app online. How do people get it? Just carpoolcommunity.
Communitycarpool.org.
Communitycarpool.org. Yeah. There you go. Good to meet you. Thank you for coming in.
You too. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. It is Mira Business FM with me, Tim Elliott. A quick reminder to subscribe or wherever you're joining us from. Next up, momentum is building in camel racing, and it says the Saudi camel racing team has secured its best ever finish with a podium result in Oman. We're going to talk now to Omar Al Maina, who has ditched comfy office chairs, never-ending business meetings, to dive into a camel quest adventure. Omar, it's good to have you on the show.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
Do you know, I want to talk about the milestone with you, the debut of your Star Camel and what comes next. So I guess let's start there, really. Congratulations. You kind of announced your arrival on the regional stage. It's a big statement. It's a big deal, a podium finish. Just paint a picture for us, if you would, Omar, about what turned out to be a really historic day for your team.
Oman was Oman. Obviously, we got a podium finish there of second. We just finished in Qatar as well.
All right.
We got second as well. So two races on the bounce with podium finishes, which is a good feeling. Finally.
Yeah. It's been a while. I mean, the thing is, we're talking to you. This is something really different for us. I don't remember doing a camel racing interview, certainly not in the recent past. But tell us a little bit about your story, because normally I know you do this with a childhood friend, Safwan, who's not with us today. But just fill in the background gaps, if you would.
Sure. So for me personally, I come from a background of finance and marketing.
Right.
From the US. That's my background, and I used to work for banks like Citibank and HSBC back in the day.
Gotcha.
But then I left and ventured on my own, working in a lot of different places with my own business. Some did well, some didn't, which is the nature of the game. Then COVID hit, and then I met up with Safwan, my childhood friend from 20 plus years.
Yeah.
I feel old now.
Join the club.
So he's been a hotelier for his whole life, and in 2020 we decided to go into the camel business.
But that's I don't mean to butt in there, but that's okay. We decided to go into the camel business. It's not a phrase I hear every day, because you two have kind of completely left your sort of corporate lives behind, haven't you? Your camel racing and filmmaking and generating content. This is now what you do.
Yeah, this is 100% what we do. We left everything behind. Which for our families and people around us didn't make sense. And sometimes as you run the business, sometimes it doesn't make sense to you either, right? Because things don't materialize as quickly as you think they are. But sometimes you get it's not so much the results, but it's the magnitude of that you're hopefully going onto the right path. These finishes are more that than the finish itself. That some of the hard work that's been put forth, or some of the sacrifices that have been done by us, the fruition is these moments. So it gives you further push and belief that, this is, inshallah, the right track.
Well, it's interesting that. So the races that you're involved with now, they're just part of another larger race, I suppose, aren't they? Another part of the
Yes.
journey. Is there? I mean, I honestly know very little about camel racing. I'll be completely open with you. Is there a good living in camel racing? Is there great prize money? How does this function as a business for you two
Work.
guys?
Yeah. So basically, in camel racing, the money usually comes from winning races,
Yeah.
right? So some of these races that in Qatar that we raced in our age groups, the first prize was around maybe 2 million Qatari riyals, 1.5 for second, and you go down to fifth. That's big. That's big money in any in any one moment for any business. And then sometimes there's also a purchase price where the royal families of these countries will buy the camel. So for the first place, again, we're talking about million plus Qatari riyals. So it is lucrative, but it's not easy, I guess, to get there or be in those positions, right? Because we were racing against 85 camels in one race, 45 camels in another one. So there's a lot of competition. So it's not easy, but the prize money is definitely worth it.
Okay, so I mean, I guess we should talk about the athlete of the hour, shouldn't we? Really,
Yes.
the athlete of the
Yes.
track, really, and that's Hajma. So Oman was the debut. So I guess Qatar's the second race.
Yes.
But you've unearthed a star.
Well, she was. I mean, she before we she came on board. She did really well in Saudi, in the Kings competition. So we knew the pedigree. But again, it's kind of like a football player, right? Having a good season. So one good season, you're still taking a risk on one good season.
Sure.
So this was one good result, and but in the operations team and Saf and the trainer and I looked at many different things like pedigree, past results, training methods, how well the camel was taken care of, which was really good. Most of the trainers and us especially take very good care of the camels. So all of that made sense, and then obviously you have to have a bit of guts to pull the trigger and make it happen.
And it's worked out pretty well for you. What is it about Hajma that stands out from other camels in the races that you've been involved with so far?
Well, there's a phrase in Arabic where you call a camel sabug, which means a racer. So she has that gene where she's obviously quick. Mashallah, she's got stamina, and I think the biggest thing about her is she's got a will, right? So once she's in the middle of the pack, around 10th, 11th, and we're approaching the final, let's say 1.5 kilometers, she will go for it.
Right.
So so she will be amongst the first four. So she's got that in her mind. So that's a quality that's rare. That's a true athlete's quality.
That's the inimitable quality that all athletes are looking for, I suppose, that you hope you can find.
Yes.
Well, what goes into identifying and acquiring a top tier racing camel?
I mean, there's many ways, I guess, you could look at it, and you could look at it as in other sports, and the philosophy could be, football teams sometimes grow within. They identify players early, they develop them, and then they sell them off, and then obviously some clubs buy the ready product. For us, I think it's a mix where we have some of our team we bought young 2 years ago, and I think next year they come into fruition, and that was somewhat of a strategy to test out. And then we have others where we purchase not where they're at the top, they're in the middle, and you know what you're getting, but the ceiling is still higher. And this was Hajma and some other camels. So for us, it's a mix, and we're still trying to find the balance of what is much more successful, and I think time will tell.
Talk me through your training routines. I'm fascinated by this. I really am. I'm learning with you. This is a very traditional sport, isn't it? It's very particular to the region, of course. But you're bringing in, I suppose, kind of modern performance strategies as well. So talk me through your kind of training routines.
So, I mean, the training, the original training a lot of it is about communication between the trainer and the camel, because there's a kind of a walkie-talkie and a speaker on the back of the camel between the trainer. So there's certain, prompts that they talk about, right? And when they want them to go faster, if they don't say anything, they're just going at the same speed, when to push, when to leave it, and so that a lot of that is in the training. And then they also train because it's a longer distance. Minimum is 4 kilometers. Then we go up to 5, 6, 7. So sometimes the strategy is, and it depends on the athlete, the camel. Some camels can hold the first or the leading positions for the whole race. And that comes down to sometimes training, sometimes genetics, and the will of the camel, and sometimes it's holding mid positions, and within the last 1.5 kilometers, you're able to push them because you've conserved the stamina in the first 2-3 kilometers, and you really push them in the last 1.5-2 kilometers. So our secret sauce is in the middle again. Some of them can hold the position. Some of them, Hajma usually comes from behind, and that's what her name means, attack. Hajma. So she comes from behind a bit to take that. And that's the traditional way. In the modern, what we're trying to introduce is like an athlete. You've got heart monitoring. When they what is the best speed, what is their heart rate at different speeds, different stages in the races. Obviously we do a lot of blood work. What does that mean for the camel? That helps with nutrition. So these are kind of a little bit the more modern ways that we're trying to introduce. It'd be great if we'd get a whoop to attach to the camel, and see sleeping patterns and all of that, but maybe that's for the future a bit.
Well, I would guess people are scrambling to make smart devices for all kinds of creatures, but I mean it's really interesting. The point is as well that the welfare of the animal is so important to you.
Yes, 100%. And I tell this and anyone that visits our place can see that these camels are probably maybe more well taken care of, even better than me personally. So no, anything in the ingredients, anything in the food, the water, the place, it's top. And we never risk with an injury. Never. One of our best races got injured beginning of the season, and we decided to keep her out for the entirety of the season. It wasn't a tough decision, but obviously you're less one athlete. But blessing in disguise, and then we had to bring in Hajma, which worked out well.
It
You
certainly
never know
has.
sometimes.
It has so far, for sure. Do you know what I've noticed a couple of times is you're talking about her. So female camels is
Female.
Are female camels all are racing camels all
Better?
female? Or
No,
no?
there are males and
Right.
there are females. Throughout our history as a team, we've had one male,
Okay.
and the rest are females. And I think we prefer females because if they do stay with us for the longer term, there's always the breeding angle
Okay.
for females. So we prefer, even the temperament's a bit better for females.
Yeah, that's not the greatest of surprises. Let
No.
me. I'm interested in the racing. You talked there about having like a walkie-talkie system. Like there's like a
Yes.
robotic system. So it's literally when the camel is racing, the trainer is issuing kind of demands. Go faster. Is that what happens?
Yeah. Yeah. So obviously you've got the track, and then next to it cars,
Yes.
right? It's
Yeah.
like a mini Formula One, right? Because everyone's
I've
even
seen
in the
it.
cars, you're jockey. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm braced always for my life in those. I need a helmet for those moments. I've decided, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, he's always in the front. Sometimes they go up in the from the middle of the car, and it's kind of like things, small prompts like shh,
Right.
or if you're getting it's more louder, and you could see everyone jockeying for position. So there's a lot of communication, and that's these prompts are, a lot of it is in the training, of what these communication mean. So yeah, it's great that there's technology involved, and we're looking at how do we, if there's an area or a mini space where you could advance the technology and communication between the trainer and the camel, that's an area of exploration, let's say.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've mentioned how long camel race has been popular in the Gulf region, but it is evolving. It's modernizing at a rate, isn't it? Technology, training,
Yes.
breeding standards, as you
Yep.
pointed to, are all rising rapidly. How do you see the future of the sport? What does it look like, Omar?
I think our aim, and and we're doing a very small part. The federations in the Gulf are doing an amazing job all over the Gulf, and we're just doing a small part in terms of being a team. Hopefully bringing on our own sponsors. Hopefully, marketing for the sport, and trying to bring in more audiences to it. And I think if we can get to where horse racing is today, that would be a very good milestone. And I hope we could surpass that. It's not an easy task whatsoever, but the elements of having an exciting sport are there. We already have a big kind of market and fan base, and we want to expand the fan base. Partnering up with Paul Pogba, all obviously helps with the global, global narrative. So that's the aim, really.
Okay. What about next steps for the team? I mean, you've got a couple of podium finishes now, so that's a launch pad. So what's the next big thing for the team, and how are you going to build on the momentum from Oman and from Qatar?
Well, I mean, there's one in Abu Dhabi in Al Wathba. It's a big race, the finale of Al Wathba. So we're gearing up. We're gearing up to hopefully win there, and participate, and at the minimum compete. So everything is now focused on that. And I think with Al Habub is obviously you've got the track, and the core element is obviously camel racing. But another part of it is, content and media, and how do we, connect camels and camel racing with mainstream, and how do we create cool content that helps, in a way, educate, but in the same time, bring on board new and more new and fresh, people that would love to get into the world of camels. So Al Habub is kind of like that. if you look at Wrexham, for instance, that's maybe a little bit of a blueprint.
Okay. So is that something that you're kind of considering, that kind of start? I mean, the Wrexham story is an incredible story in sporting terms. Forget the entertainment side of that for a moment.
Yeah.
As a sporting spectacle, something to be involved with, it's remarkable. And I can see the parallels because, you can very easily put forward a case that camel racing is one hell of a spectacle. It's an amazing thing to watch.
Yes. I mean, you said it yourself. Yes, it is, and I think the elements are there of our backstory. Having been on Netflix, having an amazing friend and shareholder and Paul with us, and the team. We've been through a lot of struggles. The podium is just a nice kind of milestone within a bigger journey that hopefully we continue on, which will have ups and downs as well. But yeah, something like Wrexham, Blueprint, Drives to Survive. I think that the foundations are there.
They seem to be. What got Paul Pogba interested? An internationally renowned footballer. How did that connection come about?
When we met him, he knows a lot about the region. Obviously, he comes a lot, being also a Muslim. The conversation was very, very natural. He was very interested. He had already a background, a bit of what camel racing is. Right. We connected, all three of us, straight away. And he was very excited about the project, and we were really happy to have him on board. And it's been a really nice story, and I would say a brotherhood ever since.
It's a fascinating story, perhaps a global camel racing league. That could be a vision. Next, who knows? Omar Al-Maina. Omar, thanks very much for sharing the journey today. Congratulations again on the podium finishes. Long may they continue. And thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having us, and have a great day and year.
I appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
This is the morning drive. It's Mira Business FM. Running a small business in Dubai is tough. It's particularly tough at the moment, but there is support in the right communities, from connections to real opportunities. They are essential networks. So, Katie Keenan is the CEO of BCCD, and that's the British Chamber of Commerce Dubai. And she's here to talk about how groups like hers are helping SMEs stay afloat and grow. It's good to meet you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
You're very welcome. It's good to have you here. Let's get rid of a couple of notions to start with. A Chamber of Commerce used to be kind of a quite formal luncheon type place, swapping the business cards, shaking hands. 2026, it's not really that anymore, is it? It's kind of shifted. It's almost more, and at the moment, I suppose this is particularly true, it's more of a crisis response tool, isn't it?
Well, it's all things to all people.
Right.
I mean, everything you've said is covered. So as a chamber, those that have been in Dubai for long enough will remember the BBG. So we started as the British Business Group, working very closely with the British Embassy and the Department for Business and Trade. We're actually based on the embassy and have a very, very strong relationship. So we're a membership organisation, been in existence now for 39 years. And through that time, through various changes of boards and business teams, chairpersons, the flavour and the nature of what we provide has changed slightly. But in the fundamental is that we support businesses that are British, that support British brands. Largely, 60% of our membership are actually owner-managed businesses.
Okay.
But we also have in our membership universities, chartered institutes, the banks, accountancy firms, law firms, construction companies. It's
pretty wide, isn't it?
It's 29 sectors, so I'm a very proud generalist.
Okay, well that's good because that's the only way I can do this job. To be honest, it's not. Is it just British firms? How does the membership work?
So we're very reflective of the amazing culture that we have here in Dubai. So predominantly there must be a British nexus. So either that's your British passport, or you were educated in the UK, or you're supporting British brands.
Okay, I'm with you. So how does the diversity of your membership, and it is pretty broad if you've got 29 particular areas, how does that help businesses here? Do you get kind of cross-pollination between, I don't know, a UK-based tech startup maybe who can help a logistics firm, if there's a supply chain, that kind of thing?
Absolutely, yeah. With a full ecosystem.
Yeah.
So majority of our members are based here already in the UAE. Some of our members have been here for 40 years and have been members for almost that entire length of time because they see this as an opportunity for building their network, which is their net worth. So they have their chosen partners, but also where the opportunity is where you've got UK companies coming through either from their local British chambers in the UK or anywhere else around the world. They come to Dubai, they come to Abu Dhabi, they come to Ras Al Khaimah, and they're on a trade mission and they're wanting to meet, the local company set up, a lawyer, someone to advise them on what school to go to. So throughout the year, we actually host over 80 events throughout the year. So that can be 2 or 3 a week. And the format of those are, as I said, kind of to please everybody, anything from informal networking at a breakfast, an evening, because obviously some people prefer the mornings to the evenings. And then we also have business briefings, which can attract about 150 senior delegates. And that will be focused on it could be the construction sector, it could be changes in the employment law, it could be healthcare, could be education, and a lot on well-being, because a lot of our annual partners are actually focused in the healthcare sector.
Okay, I just went to my notes there because I liked network is net worth. So I'm going to steal that if you don't mind.
Please.
In the future, what are the benefits of an association like BCCD? If I'm a bakery or a consultancy, how does being part of an organisation like this help me? I mean, particularly, I'm thinking about now because times are tough at the moment.
So something that I'm extremely proud of, and we have an incredible business team that really gets to know everybody in the membership.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a secret sales team. So through the onboarding process, a company that registers their interest, they'll speak to one of the membership managers and they'll straight away be kind of locked into this Rolodeck of contacts. So a company could come to us to say, we don't even know where to start. And straight away through that individualization, we can work out, you need to speak to this person, you're a good fit for that company, or have you considered that you might need cybersecurity, local advice rather than using your UK partner. So it's this full suite of a proposition that we provide, but we're built very much on reciprocity. So the most active, most successful members are those that come to a networking event, not for what's in it for me, but actually how can I help somebody else?
Yeah,
and that's, personally, I'm a serial connector. I really love connecting people. And that's really the culture that we've been able to grow within the British Chamber.
It's a really useful thing, isn't it? So it's kind of we would hopefully encourage kind of a pay it forward
Absolutely.
kind of ethos.
Yeah.
Okay. Business isn't just about the bottom line. It's not just about figures. It's about people. How does the network use that? Use what it has to help the human side of things, because that's something that is also key at the moment. Things like keeping staff morale up, or dealing with office stress, or just the pressures of the day-to-day.
Yeah, and as you say, particularly now, so
it is
communication and connectivity and community, just happen to all begin with C, are really, really key. So I was fortunate enough to be involved in the Chamber through the pandemic. So as we know, nobody could have prepared for what really has happened in the last few weeks, but there are similarities to when we went through the pandemic. So businesses were really struggling at that point too. So we kind of brushed off the handbook of what worked well there. And it was the consistency and clarity of communication. So we were able to amplify messages coming from the British Embassy. We were able to help with their collation of information about residents and what the sentiment was. And we also worked really closely to help those tourists, the British tourists that were stranded here. So our role as a chamber is always very fluid. It's like when it's good, it's all about connecting businesses. But actually in times of strife, it's about how can we help? Who can we signpost you to? And it's also listening. So we're part of the Dubai Chamber International Business Network. And I've actually been to Dubai Chamber's HQ probably about 5 times since this started. They've been incredible at providing this feedback loop so that they invite the chairs and the CEOs of the British business, the Italian, Canadian, French, Ukrainian, we're all there speaking directly to the leadership of Dubai Chamber, who are then speaking to the government to really help understand what those pain points are and to quickly aid that process.
There's been a real sort of banding together, hasn't there been? And I think maybe we don't really appreciate this because I kind of think we're so affected by what we see in the press, what we see on social media, and most of us realise that a large part of that is nonsense. And you kind of forget that actually this is a city, this is a country where people we're kind of thrown together, but people do kind of band together. There is sort of a we're in this together mentality.
Definitely. We definitely see that across all nationalities.
Yeah.
My daughters have been online learning, and everybody in their class is coming from a different geographical location. So even from the education perspective, the children that are being raised in the UAE aren't just thinking about how this impacts me here, but they're thinking about their friend and, perhaps they have family in Lebanon. So they'll be very sensitive to what they're going through, not just their experience here, but that kind of wider family network as well.
The key is the awareness of it as well, isn't it? Because, it is a very different place to grow up, I guess. What about the practical side of BCCD? And I mean, associations like yours generally, could you put that into some kind of context, that the real practical nuts and bolts help that businesses can kind of draw on?
Definitely. So again, things that have worked really well through this. So we have a weekly update that goes out every Thursday. So that reaches over 8,000 qualified leads. So that's UK businesses looking to the region. Right. So from a member's perspective, that's an amazing amplification of their expertise. And also from, showcasing Dubai as an amazing business landscape. When through the pandemic, we actually didn't do webinars. It was like a conscious decision.
Okay.
I think everyone was sick of screens, but we were actually the first chamber and business group to go back to live events. So my favorite story, which I've been telling a lot recently, is through working with Dubai Municipality and our hotel venue partners, we were the first to have an in-person event. Everybody was very nervous. And, I was extremely proud of the business team because ultimately if they didn't feel confident running the event, then we wouldn't have done it. But we worked with Media One Hotel, who's one of our venue partners, and we had 2 glass jars at the front of by the registration desk. One had red wristbands, which meant I'm really nervous. I'd rather you not shake my hand, and I'd rather keep social distancing. Okay. And the other glass jar had green wristbands, which was I'm relieved to get out the house. I want to continue with my business. I'm happy to shake hands. I'm all about it. We had to refill that green wristband jar 3 times. Okay. The feeling in that room, the noise level, it was almost overwhelming. And that was the same for the events once we carried on through this. We had over 100 members at our first breakfast networking after this event, and we've been fully booked in all of our events since.
It's remarkable when you think back to the COVID time. I mean, your COVID manual is probably still sat on the desk, I suppose, and it's not been put back on the shelf. But it's remarkable to think back to that. And I've almost completely forgotten that the social distancing thing happened and how nervous we all were, how much we didn't know that hopefully we now do know. Are you seeing more companies seeking out your community at the moment?
Yeah, it's a really good question because when I look at our new members, obviously love having new members, but one of my favorite stats is the returning members. Okay. So it's those that from years ago had a bad experience or they didn't feel they needed it. When they come back, for me, that's that gives me a lot of joy.
I can understand that. It's like somebody's come to my party.
Yeah,
sort of thing, isn't it?
it's like, good, you're back.
I've got
and you see
friends.
the value, and probably they'll stay even longer because I think, but actually through this, what's giving me the most joy are the British companies that might not have felt they needed the level of community that we've been providing, and suddenly they do. And that, for me, from leading the business team that cares so deeply and are so proud of the brand, to actually have somebody saying, I love what you're doing, you're a beacon for communication, we really understand your positioning in the market. That for me has been our biggest success through this period.
I suppose it brings it all back into focus, doesn't it? When something adverse happens, you appreciate the things that maybe you should have appreciated a bit more. It's been a really strange time the last 50 days, I think, for a lot of people, and there's still a lot of uncertainty in the air. So how do you adapt what you do in terms of the support that you offer, the service that you offer, as economic pressures evolve? Because what you're telling people one day could tomorrow be completely different.
Yeah, and that's been really key, actually. It was our ambassador, His Majesty's Ambassador Edward Hobart, said on a town hall recently that he urged UK PLCs to come out of crisis operations and start operating in this new normal. Because there is this paralysis where some companies have just thought, I can't cope. And, understandably, those that came through the pandemic that had a really tough time will be thinking it's too soon, the muscle memory is still there, can I do this? But there is so much economic support now. So at Dubai Chamber yesterday, they were saying the banks do have liquidity, but the message is engage with your bank, engage with your relationship manager as soon as possible, because there is structuring, there is situational lending available. There's signposting to debt advisors through legal, and that's something that we've been doing in addition to our weekly update, is a regional specific update, which has incredible open rates. It was like 60% open rate, but it's specifically looking at how to help companies and the main thing is seek advice as soon as possible.
Yeah, communicate.
Yeah, cash flow will be an issue, I'm sure, particularly for the hospitality sector or any companies that are related to the hospitality sector. So that was the immediate concern for the government. And now, obviously the whole supply chain's affected, the construction sector will be affected, but it's all about the word that's overused, but I do love pivoting. If you were expecting to get your materials in a traditional way that's not now working, how else can you get them? Could that actually open up a new partnership? But in all of this, it's all about good business. So it's making sure this, the causality effect, chicken and egg, the supplier and the buyer have to be doing good business for this all to keep working for a stronger recovery. As soon as people default on their relationship or a contract or a promise, there's a whole dominoes effect. And that's what I really hope not to see.
Yeah.
Because I do strongly believe that Dubai will bounce back. I think we'll all have whiplash, and we'll be in Q3, Q4 unable to get anywhere because every venue, every event that's been postponed will likely now fall in Q3, Q4.
Well, it's going to be capacity, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's going to be the issue, I guess. Pivot's a great word. I offer you another word, and this is the word for Dubai. It's bounce back ability.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the word we've been using. Along with resilience, that's the other word at the moment, but I don't want to bring that in today. You speak to lots of business owners, I guess, hundreds, I suppose, over the course of your average month. When we say it's getting tougher to run a small business in Dubai right now, it doesn't need to be. It's irrelevant me making statements like that, but I'm interested in the pain points that people highlight to you, whether it's cash flow, if it's regulatory, or if it's, I don't know, employee stress, whatever it is. What do people tell you?
So 60% of our membership, as I mentioned, are owner-managed businesses, and that's anything from a window cleaner through to a large consultancy firm. What I'm really fascinated about, it's around that employment structure. So quite often with a small business, they can't afford the level of expertise of, for example, a a CFO, a financial officer, chief financial officer.
Yeah.
So there are lots of new disruptive models that are actually really helping the SME community. So it's called fractional recruitment.
Right.
So what happens is you have a top lawyer, a top finance director, a top marketing director. They may have chosen not to be working full-time in a large organization. There are now agencies that help match them to smaller companies where they might be more time poor. So the obvious demographic are women returning to work.
Yep.
So, for example, when I returned back to work, I didn't want to do 9 to 5 would have been normal, but the 8 till 6, which is the most obvious. So I was looking for part-time work, but I brought with me huge amounts of expertise of working in financial institutions and trade and marketing. So now I would go to one of these fractional recruitment agencies and say, this is all my expertise. I can do 3 mornings a week. So then the SME thinks, brilliant, because I can't afford a full-time, ex-Saatchi and Saatchi marketing director.
Right.
But I can afford this small. So actually, I think there's an opportunity now to really shape who you have around your boardroom, who you have in your senior leadership, because the companies that I see that are faring as well as possible are those that were really scrutinized and had that level of expertise from UK PLCs, from international, that were policing cash flow early on, not scaling too quickly,
Right.
and making really conscious and intuitive decisions.
We've got a minute left. Loads of questions that I haven't even got to, actually. We should have booked you for an hour.
I can come back.
Thanks. Let me ask you just one more question. I always think of your an organisation like BCC as a network, as a networking opportunity in many ways, because that's kind of the primary driver, I suppose. In your experience, let me ask you this, and I'm terrible at this because I can't network. I just end up saying stupid things, and people walk away thinking, "Why am I talking to the weird guy?" So, what's the big mistake when you see small businesses and they don't network? Is that the biggest mistake a small business could do? Should people just think to themselves, look, I need to get out there more? Is that the key?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I don't think many people enjoy networking, and that's how we design all of our events.
It's not easy.
It's not, and it's daunting. It's like going into the school playground on your first day. It's like, oh, I don't know who to speak to.
Yeah.
So we're very inclusive. The whole team get to know members so that even as they're walking towards registration, I have to mention Corey from our events team. He's like human AI. He'll have looked the night before to see the LinkedIn profiles, as long as it's a photo that's not, not corporately catfishing somebody. But he'll straight away say, hello, and they don't even have to say their name. And then one of the other membership managers will then say, oh, I need to introduce you to XYZ. And we're constantly scanning the room to make sure that everybody is speaking to somebody that's useful. I mean, that's our day-to-day.
That's an assigned role kind of thing, isn't it? Okay. Does Corey know he's human AI, by the way?
He does, yeah.
Is he listening? Yeah.
I hope so.
All right.
Scanning.
Oh, man. Katie Keane is the CEO of BCCD, it's the British Chamber of Commerce in Dubai. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
Thank you for the time. Thanks.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's Mira Business FM. As the summer approaches, UAE travellers once again setting their sights on the Maldives. Holiday appetites, though, and holiday expectations are certainly changing. It's now much more, even than ever, about privacy. It's about ultra-luxury, hyper-personalisation, and also, it seems, a real lack of that kind of holiday script, the freedom to just chill if you want to, I suppose. This morning, we're joined by Philippe Kavori. He's the general manager of the Nautilus Maldives, one of the most exclusive private island resorts in the region. Philippe, it's good to have you with us.
But thank you very much. My pleasure.
I wanted to start with you, just with what you're seeing at the moment. Are you seeing a spike in bookings from UAE residents as we head into, the traditional kind of summer holiday season in the next month or two?
What we see is a clear uplift. The UAE market has become increasingly important for us, and particularly over the summer months, when the travelers are looking for a seamless and restorative escape. The Maldives offer proximity, ease of access, and an immediate sense of disconnection. So this resonates strongly with the UAE residents.
Well, it does, doesn't it? And I guess as well, there's a sense of autonomy, a sense of privacy. Is that one of the other reasons that the Maldives is such a strong draw, a strong attraction for UAE travelers?
Absolutely, you're wrong. You're right. Exclusivity, privacy has always been the top line for the Maldives. It comes down to three things, the accessibility, privacy, consistency, and with a relatively short flight, the guests arrive in a destination that offers space, tranquility, warm water the year round. And unlike many seasonal destinations, the Maldives provide reliability that elevate the experience, where the focus is not on crowds or schedules, but on freedom and personal pace. I think that's something that is very unique in the Maldives.
It has it conjures up a unique image, the Maldives. I think that's very fair to say. I'm interested in your philosophy at the Nautilus. You have this no clock philosophy, I'm reading. And in a city like, we're in Dubai at the moment, but in a country like the UAE, we live by calendars and alerts and schedules. So what is it about the timeless approach, if you like, that resonates so strongly with residents from here in the Maldives?
But the Maldives, and I think the Nautilus, as you know, it's one island, one resort. So a lot of hotels are like that. What is different for the Nautilus is the uniqueness of the service and the offering that we do. What we talk about at the Nautilus is, our guests can eat anytime they want. It's like a 24 hours. We are there for them. They can have dinner on the beach. They can have dinner in their room. They can have dinner on the sandbank. We can organize as well in the pine tree. We have a lot of areas which are so absolutely wonderful. So, I arrived in the Maldives, actually, for me, it's nearly 10 years now in the Maldives. I arrived here, the first time was in 2006. Of course, I have left to do other things, but I always came back. And even now, you can see, I came back again to GM of the Nautilus. And it is a very unique, beautiful, safe environment. This is what makes our guests come back over and over and over.
It's certainly not the worst job in the world. You're painting a very attractive picture. It seems like there's a surge, a real surge in people looking for seclusion, looking for privacy, looking to almost regain their own time, if you like. So when you have guests coming from high energy environments, from busy cities, people with busy schedules, how do you put together a stay that, is a real kind of island experience, a real chilled out experience, even if it's just like a weekend stay?
Now we see a mix of behavior, mix of guests. Some guests are booking earlier to secure their preferred accommodation, particularly during the key travel period, while others remain more spontaneous. The length of stay has increased slightly, but more notably, the guests are prioritizing the quality of experience over duration, often choosing to invest more in a bespoke moment during our stay. And I see that a lot now. The people stay longer, and they are looking for, mostly for us, they are looking to be with their family, and they want this privacy. I think the privacy is very important at the Nautilus. So the hotel can be full, and you never see any guests around. It's quite a unique concept. I'm very proud to be the GM here. And it's not easy, to be open 24 hours and satisfying our guests' wishes. They just have to say, I want a private dive, I want a private dinner. We organize it. We never say no. It's not something easy to achieve.
No, I can imagine. I mean, the travellers, you say they're booking earlier, and are they staying longer? And how much more are they spending? Can you put that into context for us?
But absolutely. Before the guests stay 1 week, for example, now they are going to stay 2 weeks. That's a longer period. We have even guests sometimes stay 1 month. So it's very good for us. Of course, it increase our revenue. But, the success of the high luxury, I have always shared that with my employees, is be there and don't be there. Make sure the guest sees you, but they don't see you as well. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
I do. Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, it's a hard thing to accomplish, isn't it? I suppose. Make sure that you're there, but you're not there. But I see exactly what you mean. You've been heading to the Maldives, working in the Maldives since 20 years ago, 2006. How have you seen demand from this region, from the Gulf, evolve?
You mean the clientele or the expectation?
Clientele, first of all, I'm interested in, but the expectations as well.
Well, the clientele, I will say, has evolved a lot. The Maldives at the beginning were maybe three-star hotel, 4-star hotel. There were some 5-star as well. But now you see a big development in the luxury area. There's a lot of companies are here now that are all fighting for some star in the 5-star. And then now, they always call it 5-star, but then they add up luxury, ultra luxury. So I see that the change. I see the change as well with the offering. What the guests can do at the hotel, the sport activity, even they can do a painting in a special area, or the diving. Here in the Nautilus, we are very famous for the manta ray, so we organize that quite a lot. So yes, I mean, we always a competition. Who is going to do better? Who is going to offer more? But at the end of the day, we all in such a wonderful environment. This beautiful sky and the sunshine. So I think there is everything for everybody in the Maldives. I think what is important is to make sure clients come back. They come back to you. They don't go to somebody else.
Yeah, I can imagine. Return business is the key in all business, isn't it? What are you seeing in terms of specific requests from families from the UAE, from this region? What do people from here demand from their stay?
But for us, what I see is the privacy. Right. That's something I tell you is the privacy. My hotel is full. You don't see anybody. I know it sounds strange. Maybe you see the breakfast time, but even they can have breakfast in in their villa, in their pool. They always look for that. I think that's the big word for us, is the absolute privacy. So, and as you said, it's very difficult to arrange that, because the guests have children, the guests, of course, walk around the resort. But, this morning I was walking around the resort, there was nobody. And the hotel is nearly full. So this is something remarkable.
I guess that's hard to get used to, isn't it? In your business, you're used to seeing, packed out destination hotels, food and beverage outlets bustling. It's counterintuitive, isn't it? When you walk around, it's full, but you can't see anybody.
Yeah, it's a very weird feeling, to be frank with you. I have never really grabbed that, where are my guests, what are they doing? Of course, I know because I have the report from my house master, or, that take care of the guests. I know where they are, what they do, but you go to the gym as well, you don't see them. And we have a very beautiful gym. So it's kind of a remarkable achievement I think the team have achieved in taking care of the guests. We are one of the top in terms of service, and we managed to keep that privacy. It's kind of remarkable.
It is. Can I ask you a little bit about the price ranging, price trending across the Maldives at the moment? Broadly speaking, Philippe, what should travelers expect this summer in terms of price?
In terms of price, definitely now our prices are lower. If I can give you a range, maybe we're talking about $2,500 US per night for a beach house, for example, during the summer. But then it can exceed as well $10,000 per night for the private residence. And for those seeking the most exclusive experience, including tailored dining, bespoke wellness journey, private yacht, the overall investment can increase significantly depending on the level of personalization.
Okay, in terms of, this is a real luxury stay. It's a real luxury experience, right? But what does luxury look like in 2026? Is it, the gold leaf? Is it the infinity pool? Is it the staff that are there but not there? Or is it just the fact that you're offering that privacy and that kind of freedom to do what you want to do when you want to do it?
For me, the luxury, I spend my life in luxury. I opened the Orient Express in Singapore in 1993. I was the GM of the Cheval Blanc under LVMH. I was the GM of Soneba Fuji. These are the top resorts in the Maldives. As well for Intercontinental Hotel in Shanghai, in China. So luxury, everybody do luxury. What set us apart from all that, to me, is the people. We keep on, when you look at the journalists, if you look at the TV, you always see the product. And of course, it's important. But to me, the real luxury is the people. You need the people to deliver whatever you promise your guests will receive. So the real luxury is within the people that work here every day and deliver this exceptional service. And I'm very proud of the team here that are able to deliver that, to remember the guests, to remember what they like. And that's the real luxury, if I can say so.
How do you view the luxury market right now? I mean, we have a situation where travel costs globally are rising and are set to rise quite possibly further in the not too distant future. Is the luxury holiday, the ultra luxury holiday, still a resilient product?
But I will say, if you look at the repeat visitors, it's no longer just the destination itself, but it's about how the destination makes them feel. A private island experience must continue to evolve with the guest, offering new layers of discovery each time. At the Nautilus, that comes through absolute flexibility, no fixed schedule, fully personalized dining experience, and experiences that shape entirely around the guest rather than around the result. I think that's the key here.
What, Philip, are the biggest challenges around luxury resorts in the Maldives, but the biggest challenges around luxury resorts generally right now at this point in time? Because there is no shortage of luxury destinations, luxury holidays. What makes it harder?
I will say, for us, we are still young. The hotel started in 2015 or 2019. We have obviously obtained a lot of contact to get what we want, in terms of food, in terms of wine, in terms of equipment, to create this experience for our guests, being diving or other sports. And what is making it difficult now, I'm going straight for that, is obviously, the situation in the region has made the obtaining this product or item very difficult. So we are looking to other countries to get what we need. So far, due to the very good relationship we have with our supplier, we're still managing to get what we want. But you can imagine it's a very difficult situation now, and it makes the whole environment not easy to operate. But we are keeping our services due to our connection.
Well, let's hope we have an announcement of an extension to the ceasefire from President Trump overnight until a deal of some kind is reached. So we'll keep fingers crossed, I suppose. I just wanted to finish with this, Philippe. We're approaching the summer now, fast approaching it. It's a time in the Gulf when everybody, or lots of people, look to escape. They're looking for something different because obviously the weather is drawing in. How do you prepare for an influx of travellers from the UAE, from the GCC, who are looking, for that climate escape, that refresh, rather than just a different beach, as it were? What do you do to get ready?
But it's a big organization, to be, I was talking to my team yesterday, the purchasing team.
Mm-hmm.
We are very good at keeping track of what we do. We have store, we have kitchen, we have freezer, we have fridge. So we make sure that all the product that we handle are fresh. That's very important for us. And not only do we look at the business, the forecast of our business, but we look as well as the store and how long is it going to run out of this item. Then we need to look at which country are we going to get it or purchase it. Then we look at the delivery. Some are 1 month, some are 2 months, some are 3 months. So it's a big organization. I always tell my staff, it's like leading an army into combat. You have all your battalion and everybody work together in order to bring to our guests the freshest product and imaginative product that we can deliver to them so they have a flawless experience and they don't have to worry. We are here to take care of their worries and deliver the ultra luxury service that we promise.
Philippe Kavouri is the general manager of the private island resort, the Nautilus Maldives. Philippe, I've enjoyed talking to you. Thank you for joining us this morning.
It was really my pleasure, Tim. Thank you for your time, and I wish you a great day, Tim.
All the best to you. Thank you very much. This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. It's Mira Business FM. Good morning to you. Pressure is building in Gulf markets, and that's as conflict tightens financial conditions, pushing up borrowing costs and shaking investor confidence. From Bahrain's rising debt to stress in Dubai real estate. Now, last Friday saw the release of the latest piece of research from Oxford Economics, and it's a research briefing for the GCC titled Tighter Financial Conditions Expose Fragilities. It's a report that considers the impact essentially of the conflict across the GCC economies, and the author is the head of GCC macroeconomic analysis at Oxford Economics. Azad Zangana is with me in the studio. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Very good to have you here, Azad. So this new briefing came out at the end of last week. Can I start broadly? And I suppose regionally, we have seen market volatility across the Gulf following the conflict. We've seen and are continuing to see supply chain disruption. The blockade remains in place. So the financial conditions are certainly tighter in the GCC. How would you characterize the economic pulse of the region right now?
Well, I mean, this is why we decided to focus on financial markets in this report, because in reality, we've probably had about a handful of real data points so far for the GCC. And because of that, it's really difficult to gauge exactly how serious the situation is. Now, for example, we know that Qatar has just gone into its first trade deficit ever in March because it pretty much didn't export any oil and gas in that month.
Yeah.
So very few data points available so far. But what financial markets are telling us is that there's clearly stress in the system, and there are some areas much more stressed than others, but there's no panic. There is a repricing of risk, but we're certainly not looking at like a Euro-style crisis or anything along those lines.
It certainly feels that way. I mean, if you can gauge an atmosphere or put an atmosphere into context, it doesn't feel like that. How much of the current stress that you talk about, financial stress, is directly linked to the conflict versus maybe any underlying more structural issues?
I think what is important to understand is that it's usually these kind of shocks that expose any structural problems that are there to begin with.
Yeah.
You know, if you were to ask me to run a marathon, you'll know that structurally I'm not built to do that. And so I will really struggle.
I'm in the club with you on that one.
Exactly. So this is the issue. And this is why, international organizations like the IMF exist. They're there to make sure that the structure of economies and public finances and so on are in good stead so that when these shocks come about, they can withstand them, reasonably well.
We're seeing capital outflows. I think bond spreads are wider. How serious is the cycle that we're seeing at the moment? Because it's a tightening cycle for economies in the region.
I don't think it's too serious for government sectors and government borrowing, largely because, of course, this is a very wealthy part of the world, and if they really wanted to, they wouldn't really need to borrow much money. Bahrain is the exception, of course. They are highly indebted, one of the most indebted countries in the world, actually. But they are backed by, good growth, some, energy exports as well, which helps support the situation, and of course, quite a wealthy neighbors as well that will step in and help them, as they have done recently, once again. So there's some concerns around that. But I would say more generally that most of the tightening has been felt on the corporate side. So corporate bond spreads, sukuks as well, and of course equity markets have really taken their hit so far.
You've highlighted Bahrain as a specific area of concern in the report. There's a section there dedicated to Bahrain. What is it about the situation in Bahrain that makes it so different from the neighbours around the GCC?
So a genuine need to borrow money. Their debt is at about 130% of GDP now, and they have to manage their finances as best as they can. If suddenly the international markets closed to them, they would be facing some kind of restructuring or default, essentially, very quickly. So it's very important for them to manage the relationship with their investors to make sure that they can continue to roll their debt on. That's the nature of any highly indebted country.
It's so interesting, the management of relationships in all of this and the impact of sentiment and confidence. I want to come back and talk to you a little bit about confidence, actually. That comes up a couple of times in the report. How concerned should markets be about maybe spillover risks from Bahrain then? Is that a concern?
Not for other sovereign markets. Like I said, I think the other GCC nations are just heads and shoulders above Bahrain when it comes to sovereign wealth and indebtedness in general. But the spread and the spillover to corporate markets is quite significant, especially within Bahrain itself. The sovereign market, your government bond, is meant to be your benchmark financing tool for a country. So usually corporate debt is priced over and above that. So if a problem starts within the sovereign, it quickly spills into the corporate, as we've seen, like I said, in the past Eurozone crises that we've had in the past. Now, that's probably not the case totally across Bahrain. I'm sure there are a number of corporates that are actually rated quite a lot higher than the sovereign is. But you can see it coming through in, like I said, in equity markets where you're less protected than you are in the bond market. In the bond market, if a company gets itself into financial difficulties or if it's going under, bonds sit higher in the hierarchy of the capital structure. So essentially, you're compensated first before everybody else, and then the equity guys are usually the losers at the end of the day because they are part owners of the company.
Sure.
Bondholders are creditors, and therefore they're paid first.
And therefore, the markets are far more exposed. Bond markets have recovered some ground since the ceasefire. Is that resilience? Is that the signal, or is it just a temporary relief? How do you gauge it?
It really depends on how the ceasefire goes. I mean, we can clearly see that the reaction has come on the back of the ceasefire and the halting of hostilities for the time being. If it was to restart, we'll have to see how the markets react. If they decide, actually, we'll carry on rallying, S&P 500 hitting new highs, then clearly a lot of the concerns are gone, or they believe that the risk of the current situation going forward is priced in. I'm not convinced that's the case for the region, though. I think if the ceasefire was to break down and hostilities was to escalate, we would get another leg down in a lot of these markets.
Corporate borrowing costs, according to your report, they remain elevated, particularly for Islamic bonds, high-yield sukuk. What does that mean for investment, and what does that mean for growth?
So it should mean that the cost of borrowing essentially has risen for these kind of companies, both the investment grade and the high-yield companies has gone up. Now, as any business out there needs to plan for its capital expenditure, for what it wants to do in the future, if the cost of expansion or even just replenishment, any kind of capital investment really, goes up, then you're going to think twice about whether you want to do it, how much you want to do, whether you want to delay it as well. And of course, this region really has grown quite strongly on the back of capital investment and that kind of activity, construction, for example. So those cost increases will have a material impact in terms of whether companies want to invest, and therefore it will hit growth in the future.
Broad and regional, to start with. I wanted to come back to where we are in the UAE, of course. Markets diverging is a point that you make in the report, Abu Dhabi and Dubai. But I wanted to take Dubai specifically. And as you point out, here's the quote. Dubai is far less endowed with oil and gas, mainly relies on travel, tourism, financial services and healthcare as its main sources of growth. That's a given. Plus, your report also suggests, as we are all well aware, that the real estate sector is a major pressure point as well.
It's the biggest part of the index. It's more than half of the Dubai General Financial Index. And so naturally, the outlook for the real estate is going to have a very big impact, an outsized impact on the performance of the market overall. And we can see that real estate stocks as a sector, although predominantly it's one company, I think we all know who that is.
Yeah,
it's down 24% at the moment since the start of the crisis. Now, that's very big, but probably about right when you think about the risks that potentially could play out in the future. So it's dragging down on the index overall. But I mean, apart from the consumer discretionary index and materials as well, everything is down. All the other sectors are down. Yeah. So there's a lot of risk that's within the system. You know, financials are down more than 10%, industrials are down, utilities are down, even consumer staples, which in theory should be one of the better areas. Actually, that's down materially as well.
Do you know what's interesting about this? We were talking off air before we came into the studio, is I think I just kind of said to you, look, the report wasn't as doom and gloom as I'd half expected. And it seemed, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems as though it is the way you would expect and therefore not as negative as it could be. Almost, in some ways, a more positive outlook. Does that make any sense? I know I'm kind of contradicting myself in the question.
Yeah, I mean, what we're saying in the report is that, you know, the structural issues that we've always known about are showing up because obviously we've had this tightening in markets. And in a sense, what's happening is exactly what we kind of expected to happen. We expected liquidity to tighten. We expected capital withdrawals. And, you know, the central bank, especially of the UAE, has stepped in and provided liquidity. We would expect that to happen. And that's good news, I think, because it shows that policymakers are paying attention to what's going on. And we haven't had an accident or anything along those lines. Whereas in past crises, not just in the region, but around the world, that hasn't always been the case. You know, people have pointed to problems and solutions were not found in time, and markets had to correct very aggressively in order to reflect that risk.
That's very much how the report reads. Back to real estate just quickly, and I wanted to mention this. There are signs of stress in developer debt, rising spreads. Do you think those are early signals of a deeper correction than perhaps was already being pointed to by some observers?
No, I think what's happening within those debt markets in particular just highlight the concerns for those particular developers. I don't think it necessarily reflects on the wider market. Obviously, there are a number of construction companies within the market itself, and you shouldn't treat them all equally. That's always very important. And often, actually, markets get it wrong, and that's exactly what they do. But you shouldn't. You need to look at the fundamentals of each individual company and see how much debt it has, how much leverage there is, what's going on with their pipelines of their projects and so on, before you begin to sort of understand actually what is the correct sort of default risk that there is. But there was a point in time, especially in March, where there was quite a lot of panic, and suddenly there was a 1 in 3 chance of a number of large construction development companies going bust, according to the debt markets. I think once investors really took a closer look, they realized actually it's nowhere near that high, and they piled back in, and suddenly those costs and spreads came back down again.
There's a great deal that depends on return of foreign demand, though, isn't there? Because of the amount of supply that's coming on stream, I guess.
Yeah, the entire market is really built on foreign demand and expat demand, I think probably you can throw in there as well. So what this war has done is it's led to some very big questions. And I was saying this to you earlier. The biggest question we're getting right now at Oxford Economics is what happens if the expats leave and they don't come back?
Yeah.
What happens if the glitz and glamour that attracts everybody here just doesn't work anymore? And if you don't get that steady stream of migrants coming to the country, then where does that leave the property developers that are, about to deliver tens of thousands of new properties to the market? And where's the demand going to come from? And that's going to be the big challenge for them. What do they do if we even get a slowdown in the number of people coming in? How do they market it to maybe the Emirati community to encourage them to invest in these properties instead of the expats there?
I guess the attraction is to GCC investors as well, but it is limited, isn't it?
It is. There's only so much they can buy at the end of the day. The supply was very much geared to a big growth in migration.
Here in the UAE, the central bank has been very active recently. We're all reading the stories, stepping in with liquidity injections, if you like. What triggered the intervention, and how effective are the measures that the central bank is taking in stabilizing the system?
So at the end of March, they announced quite a big injection of liquidity, which was backed by about 1 trillion dirham worth of assets. And we can see that came in very quickly and helped boost the money supply within the UAE. Essentially, the central bank's job is to speak to the banks on a daily basis to understand, do they have enough liquidity? Is there enough cash in the system? Can they operate and function normally? And the answer came back was, actually, there was quite a lot of liquidity leaving the system. We had about 8% of what we call broad money, the total money supply within the economy, leave within the first 30 days. Now, that's unsustainable. That couldn't continue at that pace for that time. And I think that's what helped prompt that first injection of liquidity, helped lift things back up. But, since then, actually, the liquidity has been falling again. So maybe there's going to be potentially further injections at some point in time. That, and when you look at the spread between what the central bank offers in terms of liquidity and what the banks are lending to each other, that's also risen. Now, in the past, if you think back to the global financial crisis days, that was a classic sign that banks wouldn't trust each other to lend to each other, even on an overnight basis.
Right, got you.
Now, it's nowhere near that severe here.
No.
But it has risen. That is a sign of stress. That is a sign that there's less liquidity available for the banks to lend to each other so that the market can clear every night. And so that liquidity is important from the central bank. And I have no doubt that they're going to do that once again.
Okay. It's a natural effect, though, isn't it? If you're not sure if the money's there, the awareness is heightened. Let's put it that way, I suppose. Money supply contraction, capital withdrawals have raised concerns. Is this a liquidity thing or is it a confidence thing?
No, I think it's more of a liquidity issue. The problem is that a liquidity issue can quickly develop into a confidence problem.
Right.
And that's what you want to cut off very early on. If you see a liquidity issue, quickly go in and fix it as best as you can. And that then gets rid of any risk that a confidence problem escalates into something that becomes unsustainable. We are not in a free-flowing capital economy. We have a peg against the US dollar, and that means that those flows have to be managed. And this is why we're getting stories about potentially the UAE requesting a credit swap line with the United States for dollar liquidity. Because there is a risk, and I'm not expecting this to happen at all, but there is a risk that if markets decide that the dirham needs to depeg against the dollar, it can attack it. We're both from the UK. We both remember what happened there with the exchange rate in the past. So it can happen. And what's important is to get that liquidity in place, get those credit swap lines agreed, even if you never use them.
Yeah.
Put it in place so that actually there's no point for investors to try to attack the peg because they'll lose, because that liquidity will be there. So that's why the liquidity is so important.
I wanted to point to confidence a little bit because, the almost ethereal nature of confidence. The GCC has very strong reserves. I think that's a reasonable statement. Investor sentiment, naturally at the moment, is more fragile than it was 50 or 56 days ago. What does it take to, and this is me asking you to speculate wildly or widely, I suppose, Azad, what does it take to restore confidence?
I don't think confidence has been that badly hit overall.
That's good to hear.
There's been a repricing.
Right.
I think at the end of the day, is the region more risky? Yes. Therefore, should yields be a little bit higher? Probably yes. So I don't think there's an issue around that, at all. I think if we had a confidence problem at this point in time, things would be a lot worse in terms of everyday life and what financial markets would be telling us.
Sure.
So just keep talking to the markets, keep talking to investors, make sure there's plenty of liquidity available when required, and I don't think there'll be a problem with confidence.
How exposed are regional banking systems, given rapid growth in private credit, particularly linked to real estate, do you think?
There's a fair bit of exposure. There has been a very large increase in credit growth, private credit growth in particular, across the region, but the UAE does stand out quite a bit in terms of our risk tools that we monitor. Actually, it scores the highest risk score possible, 10 out of 10 in terms of risk, because of that very big growth in credit provision. Now, we know where a lot of that has gone to. It's gone to the residential real estate market.
Yeah.
It's individuals borrowing either through credit cards or more so in mortgages in order to purchase those properties. So what we're saying in the report is, if there is any concern around the banking system, and I should stress that the overall score for the system is actually reasonably low, but where it is acute is the amount of credit that has been provided in recent years. So if there is a risk around real estate, there's a very big downturn, then you will start to see an increase in defaults, an increase in the number of late payments on mortgages and so on, which then could create some stress for the banking system. And again, we have to make sure that those banks have enough credit available, which they do, to withstand a shock.
We've got a minute left. I had about 3 or 4 more questions. I'll try and condense the questions. So confidence, not the issue that it could have been, which is good, but the uncertainty that we're in is of concern, I guess, still, because it's very, very hard to plan. But all that said, this feels distinctly unlike 2008 to me, or 2008, 2009. Am I being too positive there? Am I missing something?
No, I think that's about right. In 2008, 2009, we had a genuine big liquidity problem here, and it didn't start here. It started in other parts of the world, but it quickly fed into this region at a time when actually the banking system wasn't very well capitalized, at a time when there was a lot of excess leverage within the system as well. And I do believe that policymakers learned a lot of lessons from that previous crisis and have managed to strengthen the buffers here for future events, as we're probably experiencing right now.
Final point in the report was this, and it's just this one line that I pulled out here. Investors expect GCC partners to pull together in times of stress, to support one another, in other words. And I wonder if, again, I'm being naive or lacking foresight, but it seems to me there is a feeling of camaraderie almost, a sense of pulling together in the face of adversity, more than perhaps we've seen in the past. Am I reading this wrong? It feels like the report puts that forward.
These are unprecedented times for the region.
It is that unprecedented times.
Exactly.
Isn't it? Yeah.
And so it's very hard to compare it to the past, but it's good to see that leaders are pulling together and supporting one another.
Azad Zangana is the head of GCC Macroeconomic Analysis at Oxford Economics. I always enjoy talking to you, Azad. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's Mira Business FM. This is the Morning Drive. Welcome to the program. If you've just switched on, as I adjust myself, to receive AJ Menon, who is the CEO of Lux Vista Real Estate. Nice to see you.
Likewise, Tim. Good morning.
So this morning, how are investors targeting short-term rentals? How are they doing at the moment? That's kind of what we're going to be talking about. It's tough times for the holiday home market, isn't it?
It is indeed, actually. And that is why I thought I'll speak about the subject.
Do you know what? It seems to me like it's almost like the perfect storm. Travel advisories, insurance hurdles for airlines, luxury hotels, aggressive pricings. That kind of cannibalizes to an extent the short-term rental market. So it's not an ideal situation for investors in the segment, is it?
That is correct, yeah. So, I mean, what happened? I mean, it's not secret that, Dubai, tourism in Dubai is down.
Sure, that's fair.
And definitely a lot down. Like, this is a country this is a city that had 19.5 million visitors last year.
Yeah.
So definitely it is low. So what has happened? So it has happened, but it has impacted anybody who works in tourism-related industries. You're talking about airline industry, retail, hospitality, and obviously short-term rentals fall into that hospitality aspect of the business.
Yeah. I mean, it's just we're at this point where I suppose short-term rental unit owners are thinking, when is this going to come back for me? Well, it's back to this thing, and we keep talking about this, but it's the only way I can put this into any kind of context in my head. It's just that uncertainty.
That's true. I mean, nobody knows when it's going to be right. So, it's and these are like, high school children not talking to each other. America is not talking to Iran. Iran is not talking to America.
Do you know what? That's a good way to put it. It does seem like that. How do you feel at the moment, by the way? I was asking you earlier, and I was working out in the office there, and we were kind of semi-talking, but how are you feeling? How's Lux Vista at the moment?
We are optimistic because we are seeing a lot. I mean, the March was slow, but towards the end of April, we are seeing activity rebounding.
Yeah, okay.
So we are very optimistic, and couple this issue with the usual low season summer. Definitely by September, we should see a good uptick.
Okay, so what should owners of short-term rental units be doing now? I mean, there must be people kind of worried, I suppose, thinking about adjusting pricing.
See, let's go back to what happened. I mean, what are these people doing? Yeah, so suddenly there is not many people, and what is happening now is investors are not making money. They don't have visitors. So hotels, 5-star luxury hotels, and these short-term rental units are fighting for the same fewer guests.
Yeah.
And being a 5-star hotel, if they slash a little bit of rates, what they're doing is they're slashing the rates, plus they're throwing in a lot of amenities. You're talking about 50% discounts on spas and stuff like that. So that gives a lot more option for these fewer clients who are here, both domestic residents and actually some tourists who have actually come in. So they would rather go for a 5-star hotel, pay slightly more than choose the short-term rental homes. So this is actually letting these people go on panic mode.
Okay.
And when you go on panic mode, what they do is they reduce. First thing they do is reduce their prices, nightly rates.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, and then the next option is they tend to switch to a full-term rental option.
Yeah.
So that's a 1-year annual contract, the usual long-term rental units.
Yeah.
But both these are actually damaging to their future positioning.
Well, I can understand that. I mean, the thing is this, right? I want to make an observation actually, because it's not like the market is broken. It's logistically restricted right now. Okay, so to my mind, if you lock yourself into a 12-month long-term lease at the moment, there's always in the back of your mind, there must be this feeling that a rebound could happen pretty quickly. Because if you look at the UAE historically, I can see you smiling because I'm going to use that word bounce back ability again. But that's what we've seen so much before. And that could certainly be the case sooner rather than later. So it's a real quandary.
Yes, and that is why I said that this strategy of going long term from short term is actually a bad thing.
Yeah.
Because see, when you move into long term position rental units, it's very difficult to evict the tenant. You have to give a 12-month notice.
Yeah.
So you're not really flexible or agile enough to make that immediate shift back into the short term rentals, where definitely the ROI is much better. So what people should do is they must reposition. First of all, they should understand why is this happening. It's not because tourists are scared and they don't want to come here. It's because they can't.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, the thing is why they cannot come here is the insurance coverage. That is a key factor. Most of the airlines do not have insurance. And even if they have to have insurance, they have to pay that high war risk premium.
Yeah.
And also personal insurance. Most people do not have that. See, most of the countries have listed UAE as a travel advisory.
Yes.
Please do not go to UAE.
Yeah. Yeah.
And corporate companies will be in violation of their HR rules if they want their employee to travel to UAE under these circumstances.
Yeah.
So that would, in turn, make their corporate insurance go void. So that is also the reason why people are not here now. This is a temporary situation. It's everything is going to come back.
Yeah.
So why and how they should reposition is basically, yes, they should still stay short term, but not that, the 3-day, 5-day, the weekly kind of thing. They should be targeting at people from 1 month to 6 months.
So this is like a midterm
Yes.
approach.
And who are these people? See, these are people who are corporate relocations.
Right.
And these are people who remote work, freelancers. They all need it. So when you are able to give them a much more better price, again, do not give blind discounts. It's okay to not do business than to do business and lose money, because when you're operating, you will have operational expenses.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that makes sense. And you still have that unique offering that people, being corporately relocated might be looking for, i.e. home rather than hotel.
Correct.
Potentially.
It makes much more sense for them, because obviously even when corporates are they're looking at multiple people. So if they target the hotels, it is still higher than an average holiday home, and their negotiation power towards the holiday home will be much better than a hotel.
Yeah. Okay. And the upshot of all of this is if this is something you can pivot to. He said under advisement. You are still in that. Essentially, you're still in the short-term space, aren't you?
Yes. Because why you should not move into long-term is also because, see, you actually operated short-term for a while. You have reviews. Reviews are gold in short-term rentals.
Well, that's really important. Yeah, because as soon as you move out of there, what happens to your reviews?
It becomes old, it becomes stale, it becomes, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, okay.
And suddenly you move to, so you don't really look very dependable. So you stay there, you still are doing the short-term rentals, but it's a mid-term repositioning.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I'm assuming, of course, and it's all well and good to talk about these things, assuming you're in the position to be able to handle a month or two until you sort yourself out.
The sad part is, yes, the investors will take a hit, for sure.
Yeah.
But again, the idea is how to bounce back quickly, just like Dubai does. How can an investor bounce back?
Well, I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? If you make the investment, you have to have the mindset that some investments are great and they go up and you don't have to worry about them. And of course, life doesn't always work that way. So you have to take the other side of the coin as well.
But if you look at it, if you look at last 3 years, and if these people were in that short-term rental in the last 3 years, they've made enough money to survive the 6 months downturn.
Well, hopefully they saved some.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's fair. So, but what if you're an off-plan investor and your unit is about to be delivered? Because this is I mean, it's new territory, I guess, for some people.
Definitely. So again, if you had bought an offline unit thinking that you will do this the short-term rental business, understand this is a very bad timing. Unfortunately. Nobody saw it coming. But again, what you should be trying to do is the same thing. You should target, you should not go into real short-term rentals right now because you have 0 reviews. It's brand new. There are fewer guests in the market. And you have negative cash flows in the beginning because you have to furnish the unit. So you do that, but again, you go for that midterm months. You can actually go slightly more between 1 month to all the way to 9 months.
Okay.
Be in that game for a couple of years. And then once the market really stabilizes, you can always move into that short term. Because I just don't want you to be locked into that full 12-month long-term rental aspect.
Okay. And advice for, having to change your mindset or change your mind or change your view or look at a different approach, you have to face it, don't you?
Definitely. See, you have chosen a business. I mean, businesses will go, again, as like sometimes it will go very good, sometimes you might have to take a hit. But this is that time, which again, it is not the problem of the market. It is something, it just came out of the blue. It is an extraordinary circumstance.
So look, owners of holiday homes in Dubai are feeling the heat, okay? Occupancy down, rates being undercut by 5-star hotels. Let's look at some of the things that you can do if you're going to move into this midterm space from, real short-term holiday lets. What do you need to think about before you make the switch? What's key, whether it's a mindset change or a design change or a furniture change? What are the areas you need to be considering?
Definitely, the mindset change is important. Because,
it strikes me that
you understand that obviously the return on investment is not going to be as great as a real, the short-term rental business. We're talking about less than a week kind of business. And it's not like people coming in and going out, that kind of, you're not going to get that kind of results. And when you are actually placing into the midterm, you are somewhere between a short-term and a full-term. So basically, you still have better rates of the returns. But the absolute value that you may be able to charge might not be that great.
Right.
So yes, understand you will take in the hit in the earnings, but it is only temporary, and you can actually bounce back immediately once the market rebounds.
Okay.
So keep that optimistic point of view. Again, furnishing is very important. You have to make sure that this is your potential new tenant is somebody who will want to live. It's more like a home. When a normal tourist, when they come from 2 to 3 days, they don't really care much. They just want a place, they just want a little furniture, come back to crash, do the shopping, do the beach, and that's about it.
Well, it's kind of less is more, isn't it?
Yeah. So here, the idea is, to make it a little bit more cozy, a little bit more home-like.
Yeah.
Because these people are going to be here for a brief period of time, at least 3 to 6 months.
I mean, there are, and actually that's a really important part of this, isn't it? It's the smaller kind of aesthetic concerns where you've got lighting in the right place, or I don't know, closet space has been cleared properly, or kitchen, there's utensils. It's all that stuff.
Yes, plus
down to the basics.
And even when you actually look at, of course, that actually depends on how you position yourself when you're buying the unit, investing in the unit. If I were an investor, and I am actually an investor, so what I normally do is I would go for a fully furnished and a serviced, a hospitality co-branded developer. So when I get the unit, it comes everything. Like I don't have to spend extra money on it. Right. So basically the unit comes fully furnished and it is also serviced. So your cleaning services, and that actually falls into that service charge that you pay to the developer.
Okay.
So that's not extra cost on you.
Yeah.
So that's how we actually mitigate this extra expenses.
Right. Okay. Are you talking to people that have had to make this switch?
Yes.
I'm guessing a fair number of people.
Yeah. And that's exactly what I've been advising them, because the easiest thing somebody can do is basically to just move it to long term. Can you please move it to long term?
Yeah. Okay.
And I said, hold on, don't do it. I mean, it's not like don't do it. I said, I'll just give them. This is what it is. This is the other option. So now you choose. Now you are informed. So you want to go this route, this is your pros and cons. If you want to go this route, these are the pros and cons.
I would guess at the moment, I mean, I don't know, tell me if I'm wrong, but because we're in such uncertain times, the certainty of the long-term route is maybe an attractive proposition more than the original idea it would have been originally when people bought their unit.
Yes, it is very tempting to convert into a long-term rental now. But again, if you look at 90% of these people, they have a business mind. They have an investor mind.
Sure.
That is the reason why they invested in an off-plan unit. And also they think, the idea was to always run it as a short-term unit. And when you actually tell them that, these are your pros when you go long-term, and these are the cons when you go long-term versus this one. So it just validates them, why they got into it in the first place.
Right, okay.
So when you actually hear it from a third party, then it kind of validates that whole thing, and then they stick with it.
All right. So if you decide, right, the smart money is doing this, and you think, right, I'm going to focus on the 1 to 6, 9 month window, not long term, the annual contracts. What kinds of people are being targeted as, mid-term tenants? Like
I mentioned, there are freelancers working here. There are remote workers working in Dubai because they come from whichever country they come, and then they stay here for, it might be a short stint, a contract.
Right.
So those kind of people. Then medical travelers. So there's medical tourism. There's a lot of happening in Dubai now.
There is, yeah.
Yeah. So those kind of people. Then you have business travelers for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
From other parts of the world, not the Western market.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you target those people? How do you find them? Is there a secret sauce to doing that?
No, there are portals out there. This is how, Airbnb is just one of the portals out there.
Yeah.
But if you really look at it, there are many, there is a portal called VRBO, Vacation Rentals by Owners.
I've never heard of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
There are multiple portals like this.
I suppose we're all, Airbnb has been so well branded, hasn't it? That
Airbnb is so much marketed, and actually the cost of running an Airbnb is quite high.
Yeah,
it's visible. Yeah, the visibility is high. That is why pretty much when you equate a short-term rental to Airbnb.
Yeah, that was a good point. You said something just now, and it makes a really good point actually. That most of the people that have invested in these off-plan units have a business mindset. This is a business proposition for them, and it's an avenue, right? But I'm interested in the discipline of pricing, because when there is a price war, when there is a great deal of competition, and you have really attractive, well-branded international hotel chains discounting at the moment, and they can afford to do that, it's very tempting to try to match, isn't it, as much as possible. So I guess you have to resist that temptation, because that obviously eats into your bottom line. So how do you do that? How do you approach that? Is it that you need to offer something a little bit extra in some way, or highlight something in your property that makes it stand out? Or should you just bite the bullet and say, right, I'm just going to have to drop my price?
See, again, what can you offer? It depends on exactly what you bought. So if you bought an average unit, you can't do much. Yes, if the price is X, you will give up 20-30% discount.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you can do. There is nothing much more than you actually can offer. But if you are invested in a good property, again, a branded residence is one. So you are actually at par with these kind of the hotels.
You've just said something good about a branded
Hospitality
residence.
branded.
Ah, there you go. Okay. I thought I had you for a second.
No.
Okay,
Not
so
a Gucci branded restaurant.
but it is that thing, isn't it? That it's the small things that stand out. I don't know if you have a property that has access to parking, there's a bonus. If you have access to extra spaces, it's these seemingly small things that can really help you stand out. So it's really a time to sort of look at, a list of the pros, a list of the cons in your property, and obviously, highlight the good stuff.
See, again, when you're talking about really short-term rentals, the bills are taken care of. And the annuals contract, obviously the tenant pays the bills, right?
Yeah.
So when you go 6 months to 9 months, you should take care of the bills, the investor, the owner. So
Right,
that could
okay.
be something that, you can think about it.
And that's possible, I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there's no Ijari possibility if you're midterm anyway, is there? It's only a 12-month let, as long as you stay within the rules of the short midterm
Well,
letting.
technically, you can have a Ijari even if it is for 6 months, but people don't do it. 12
Okay.
months is what is normal.
All right, then. So what if you've got a unit that's being delivered next week, next month, whenever, should you hedge your bet, if you like, hedge your bets and launch on Airbnb and look at midterm, because you never know what you're going to get. Forrest Gump approach kind of thing.
No, I think I'll still go for the midterm one because, again, as I mentioned, short term really depends because you have zero reviews. You're just brand new into the market. Unless you've been operating other units and this is your newest product.
Yeah.
Because you have around 20 units in Dubai. You're running a successful short-term rental business for the last 3-4 years. Yes, now you're getting 1 or 2 new. You can do what you want.
So brand new doesn't really cut it without reviews.
Yes. And if you're a brand new investor who's planning this is your first Airbnb or short-term rental unit.
Right.
Those are the really unlucky ones.
Yeah, but no, absolutely right. It must be worrying for a lot of people. Yes. But from people that you've spoken to who have managed to, get their heads around it, how are they dealing with it? I know no names, obviously, but from people that you've spoken to, clients that you have.
Now, these people are in a much better position than people who actually bought to flip at handover.
Okay.
To resell at handover.
Right.
They are in a very much more difficult situation. Because, and there's also a reason some people wanted to resell at handover because they don't have money to they pay the full amount.
Yeah, okay.
Or they didn't want to take a mortgage back in the days. Now they will be forced to take a mortgage, take the unit on handover, then sell it at a later date. So the investment tenure has increased.
Yeah.
Uncertainty.
Yeah, okay. And how much of that have you seen?
A lot, because they have no option.
Yeah.
The problem is, if you put that for sale now, there is not just you. There's a lot of people who are actually reselling their units, especially when the units are going to be handed over pretty soon. That's just about 3 to 6 months before the units are being handed over, they start listing.
Okay.
For sale. And if you list anything now, even if you have the money, even if you are sitting in a good position, your original idea was to resell at handover, you have to hold your unit now. It does not make sense to sell because any buyer trying to buy now are looking for distress sales. And some people are even unreasonable. I can understand that, if it is a 10, 15, 20% discount on the market price, but these people are asking for anything below original price.
Yeah,
I don't understand the whole pleasure of getting benefit out of somebody else's misfortune.
No, I mean, I'm with you on that. I understand everybody wants a good deal. You always want a fair price, surely.
It has to be a win-win. I mean, you can't really, you can't let the other person really lose because he actually put in money. He actually is a patient investor.
Yeah.
So he took the risk when nobody was willing to take the risk. But of course, that became risky.
I know. It's such a difficult situation. There's so many different aspects to this. It's a very nuanced situation. Final couple of questions, actually. For people still looking to buy, I think we should make it clear. Because, a lot of this conversation is kind of, it's difficult and it's doom and gloom and it's this and it's that. And I know that you're very positive and you're always very positive. That's just an AJ thing, I think. And you believe the Dubai story. You've lived here for a long time, so you've seen it. This is not holiday game over at all. And I don't want this to come across that way because it isn't. It's like a hiatus.
It is a temporary situation. Once the flights are back, the situation is normal. People will come to Dubai. Dubai is midpoint in the world. If somebody traveling from US to India, to Far East, they have to stop in somewhere in between. And where else? Dubai.
Yeah, it's not a bad place to start.
Everybody's got a relative here. Everybody's got some shopping. It's a stopover.
It's funny you say that. It's become that. It's become, oh, my cousin's uncle's daughter's aunt's a friend lives there. And you're like, that didn't used to be the case. Well, it seems like yesterday that wasn't the case. Today, everybody knows somebody here.
Exactly. And that is very funny because this was the case for every person coming from Kerala back in the days. I'm talking about from the 80s.
I got a friend from Kerala, right? I used to say to him, is there anybody left in Kerala? Because they're all here. And he was always like, Jim, that's not fair. That's rude. I'm like, no, I'm only joking.
No, the business plan used to be, after I finish my studies, I will go to my uncle in the Gulf.
Yeah, it certainly was. So it is a hiatus, and things are going to come back to normal very soon. What date?
And do you think Dubai government is doing nothing at the moment? I'm pretty sure they're running campaigns. I'm pretty sure the Department of Tourism working extra. It's simple. What can they do? I mean, they can just offer them, £200 or £150 to come from UK to Dubai, stay here, discounts on the hotels. You can see they will come by the truckloads.
I tell you, yeah, British tourists at this time of year, I could speak for my nation that, yeah, we're like, oh, son, go there now. It's cheaper. It's funny, actually, I said to you before we came on today, I just got a flight for my daughter. She's just finished her university term. She's coming out in a couple of weeks. And we booked a flight last night. And I'm thinking, I'm going to take a hit. I know what jet fuel is at the moment. But actually, it was marginal, not even marginally more. It's a tiny bit more than it may normally be.
And that is
surprised me.
That is without any incentive being given by the Tourism Department of Dubai. Imagine
exactly
if
right.
they decide to boost the tourism industry in Dubai and starts offering all sorts of discounts, and you can stay in this hotel for so much. You can say take so much of credit for when you come here. They subsidize Emirates tickets, and okay, you just give them tickets for 200, 300 dirhams, whatever, depending on your destination. It's very easy to boost the tourism back to Dubai.
I hope I have faith that that's probably the right thing actually as well. That's where we finished today. Unfortunately, that's bounce back ability, isn't it?
And I know Dubai. Dubai has done it before. Dubai will do it for sure.
AJ Menon is the CEO of Lux Vista Real Estate here in Dubai. Always good to see you.
Likewise.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM. I had to think there for a minute to get my mind to click into gear. It's uncomputer-like. Dubai is stepping up its AI push. That's our next topic. Digital Dubai launching a plan. That's a government initiative to build an AI-ready workforce across government. It is an ambitious plan, and it's a shift that signals a new phase where AI moves kind of beyond automation and into everyday decision-making, kind of as a co-worker. So we wanted to break down what this means for businesses, what it means for jobs, and for the future of work. Alfred Manasseh is the co-founder and COO of the AI research lab Shafra, joins me in the studio. Good to meet you.
Good
Alfred.
morning.
Good to have you with us. You know, when you first hear that line, a new phase where AI moves beyond automation and into everyday decision-making as a co-worker, that quote's kind of scary in some ways. So what I wanted to do was start with kind of banish the fear-mongering, if you like. What this actually is from Digital Dubai is an initiative to train government employees on how best to kind of harness and I suppose embrace AI at work, really.
I mean, you've said it right. AI is there as a co-worker. Not to come and take your job, but to work hand in hand with the other employees.
Yeah.
So if you think about it in such a way, your coworker, I mean, definitely you would compete with your coworker. You want to get promoted. You want to improve on your job. But that coworker as well, working as a team, not as an individual, can really boost your productivity, boost your efficiency. And ultimately, I mean, that's where we need to look at AI being your all too powerful in a certain way, but as well your tool enabling you to do better at your job.
Yeah, so basically you can get more done.
Exactly.
And if you're there and you don't want a co-worker, maybe you shouldn't be there, kind of thing, I suppose.
I mean, there is this cliche saying that says AI is not going to replace the humans, but the humans using AI are going to replace the humans not using AI. I mean, that's become of a kind of a cliche saying, right? But it has a lot of truth to it.
There's truth in every cliche. That's why they're cliches, I suppose. The thing is this, right? We've used this phrase, digital transformation, for years. And we kind of use it in conversation. I'd wager that most of us are a bit like, what does transformation really look like digitally? So now it's become AI ready, hasn't it? Is that the new thing?
I mean, digital transformation, as you said, has been there for past, I don't know, 20, 30 years.
I'm thinking it's 15, 20 years at least.
At least.
Yeah.
I mean, we've started with the internet bubble, the internet coming about.
Yeah.
People worried, accountants being worried, they're no longer going to write their journals manually, they're going to put them on the computer. Then you had the information flood with the internet 1.0, then the internet 2.0. Today we're in the AI age. In that AI age, the information availability and the access to information has become completely unparalleled. So, I mean, you have every human being today has this superpower in his hands.
Yeah.
And it enables ultimately organization. And that's where Dubai government is coming about, is that it wants to be on par with efficiencies that are actually not seen around the world. And Dubai has been able to really lay the grounds, let's say, and lay the foundations for some kinds of future innovations, future transformation. And today we're calling it digital transformation. But honestly, it's a near transformation, the way we are looking at it.
Well, it's about acceleration, isn't it? It's not so much, it's not a software upgrade, it's like a mindset upgrade. Does that make sense?
Definitely. It's a whole mindset upgrade. I mean, look, we used to talk about human resources. Any organization is as good as its team, as good as its people. So as good as its human resources. Today, we're talking about, I mean, we like to coin that term as hair, not like our hair on their head, but as human and AI resources working hand in hand as co-workers, not against each other.
Right.
So it's not man against machine, right? We shouldn't look at it in this way. It's man with machine being able to have a superpower.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing, is it? When you get your head around it, that's how we should be approaching it, and it's about utilizing, it's about harnessing, right? So when AI becomes a co-worker across an organization, and we view it in that way, i.e., the right way, what's the first change do you think we start to see when teams, day to day, when teams are working?
We perform best as humans when being challenged. That's why we have our KPIs, that's why we have our AKRs, that's why we have our kind of North Star that we look at that we want to achieve. AI will ultimately enable us to achieve our goals in a much faster way,
right?
Becoming more efficient. Now again, look, AI is good at managing massive amounts of data. The human is not. The humans can make sense of what the analysis of its data is, and can ultimately gear the AI to perform certain actions, perform certain analysis that will ultimately allow the human worker, let's say, to perform his job better. Again, it's important to really differentiate what AI is good at, what AI isn't good at, what the human is good at, and what the human isn't good at. I mean, like in every team, you always look at what each team member, what are his strengths, what are his weaknesses. Yeah. Try to hide the weaknesses and focus on the strength and combine all those strengths together.
Yeah, and that's the point of a team, of course. So in terms of digital Dubai, how is this going to work when it comes to, there is training involved in this, of course, for lots of employees. I mean, you can't just send everybody to a workshop. That's not going to be the way to do it. Is it going to be personalized AI learning pathways for the different departments, for HR to urban planning? How will it come together?
Usually successful digital transformation projects that we've seen so far are the ones that bring no sudden disruption. Let's put it this way.
Right.
If you're going to come and disrupt the way a business or a government entity or a ministry has been working for so long, you're going to have so much friction.
Yeah.
People won't want to work that way.
Yeah.
People won't want to adapt. People won't want to innovate. If you go after the small wins, by not changing how the process is done, by injecting AI in a certain way and in very peculiar ways, let's say, for example, today what would benefit me as an employee? If I'm having challenges in achieving my KPIs, if I have an AI employee or an AI assistant that comes to me and tells me, look, I've seen your challenges, you've shared with me your KPIs, you've shared with me your thoughts, you've shared with me your results, and I can depict certain challenges that you have. How about taking this course that is going to help you, or this training program that we have within the organization that will help you and enable you to perform better? Then I'm going to see AI as ultimately my coworker that is trying to improve my job.
Well, if you have that mindset that this could make me better, because I mean, there's one of the benefits of this from the government's perspective, if you like, is this keeps people on their toes. It keeps them accountable. It keeps them reminded of tasks. It keeps them, working on particular projects in a certain way, and that's a good thing because stuff needs to get done. The other side of this is, if you have the mindset of a person using AI in the right way, whatever that right way is, you're improving yourself. You're getting better.
Yeah,
if you see it in that way, that it's a huge benefit, surely.
I mean, look, I believe the underlying question you're asking is, what about the people that don't want to use AI in that way?
That was the next question. You preempted it, but there are going to be people that are like, no, I'm not getting involved in this.
Ultimately, transformation involves major change, and we know as a humankind we hate change.
Oh, we do.
And that's valid in every single aspect of our life, of our professional life and personal life. We hate change. We're creatures of habit. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Now, again, going towards those small wins are really going to allow us to gradually accept change is like any change project, any change management. You really need to go after those small wins. You can't go and disrupt the whole business workflow. You can't go and disrupt an employee that has been doing his job for the past 20 years and tell him, look, the way you've been doing it is wrong, and now there is a new way of doing things, and that's what you need to adapt.
Yeah, that's hard.
You're going to fail in that project.
Yeah, yeah. And no, there are a few obstacles, I suppose. The one thing that did occur to me was the question of governance, right? Because efficiency, great thing, particularly in government, but transparency is a non-negotiable. So when you automate workflows, you ensure that the AI is ethical, it's not biased, it's appropriate, it's compliant with privacy standards. That's really, really important to get right.
100%. And we're lucky enough to be in a region or in a country, let's say, or in a city, it's actually in Dubai, where they're driving those regulations about ethical use of AI. I mean, we're registered, for example, in DIFC. In DIFC, we have to comply with so many different regulations. I mean, there's just about now a new regulation 10 that came about in DIFC that goes all about how is your platform utilized to conduct unbiased assessment of candidates. Let's say if you're running a psychometric analysis, how do you ensure that your psychometric analysis is completely fair and is able to treat one candidate the same way as you treat the other? Ultimately, it's important to note as well that AI is significantly more unbiased than the human being. I might have a conversation with you and I might have woken up in a bad mood, for example. Your evaluation will depend on my mood.
True.
Your evaluation will depend on did our personalities click or didn't click? Even though you might have been, I mean, let's say in the context of an interview, a job interview, for example, you might be the perfect fit for that organization, be it your competency skills, your functional assessment, your cultural fit as well. But if you don't click with that interviewer or that interviewer doesn't make you feel comfortable, you might not succeed in that interview.
Yeah. Well, we put that down to the human element, don't we?
Exactly. Yeah. And here you're eliminating that emotional aspect of the human element. Now, one might argue that the emotional aspect in certain instances is essential. You might need to recruit somebody, you might need to have some emotional connection with that person rather than only understanding is that person functionally fit for that job. That's true. We should never eliminate the human aspect in any workflow. Human touch points are still very important.
Sure. I mean, cultural fit is something that AI is going to have. Theoretically, AI can, I suppose, assimilate a certain number of touch points, right? But cultural fit is something you feel. It's like when, I'm sitting down talking to you this morning and I've met you literally 20 minutes ago, but we're having a pretty reasonable discussion, respectful discussion fairly quickly. And that's something that AI just would have no hope of assessing at its current state, would it?
And you said it
or
right.
Would it?
At its current state.
I had to check myself.
And obviously, I mean, to go back to the guardrails that you mentioned, the regulations that needs to come about AI in general. At its current state, AI is not capable of depicting particular emotions in a certain way, though that's changing fast. What's important to note about AI, what is true today might not be true tomorrow. Because definitely what was true yesterday, today is completely invalidated. The technology is evolving at such a rapid pace that it's outpacing, be it hardware and be it regulations. Now, I'm happy to be in Dubai, actually, where regulation is being forward-thinking, trying to anticipate what's going to come in the future. If you look at, for example, I was just listening this morning to a podcast in the US about the big AI companies like Anthropic, OpenAI, and all those organizations that are actually calling for some kind of regulations to be put in place just to control what AI can and will ultimately be able to do. Today, AI is still not intelligent. It's not really an intelligence in a way or another. It is the best stochastic and probabilistic model. It is able to determine what would be the highest probability of a certain word or a certain statement to be said after what was said in the past. If you think of machine learning, basically, what it says is that it takes past data and takes it as a source of truth with some noise in it, and allows it to understand certain patterns in that data and anticipate the future based on this past data. Though, with that statement being said, the future holds a very different type of true artificial intelligence.
Well, you either look at that as it's a new frontier and it's thrilling, or you look at it as it's the end of the world and it's frightening.
I mean, that's true in every innovation that the world has seen.
But it's the pace of this, isn't it?
Look at Moore's law. I mean, we're in an exponential growth and exponential transformation. I mean, there was one podcast with Sam Altman from OpenAI, and he said, like, go back 100 years in the US, 90% of the population were farmers. Today, less than 2% are farmers.
Yeah.
Was it a major disruption? Definitely. Do people still have jobs? Yes, they do.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's not the end of the world. I use that to make a point. Lots to ask you. Can I look at this from the perspective of a citizen? You or me, we go to government services and we interact. How do you see this introduction of the AI co-worker impacting if I'm renewing my trade license or, I don't know, a driving license, for example?
Today in today's world, we want everything yesterday. We want everything instantly.
We are the convenience generation.
We are the convenience generation.
Yeah.
We are the convenience city as well.
Yeah.
I don't think I've traveled to quite a few places. I've never seen a service as services that are offered here in Dubai. And with the recent news of Dubai wanting to transform 50% of its operations utilizing agentic AI, I mean, that's going to mean one thing only, is that your business operations, your government dealings are only going to become better, faster, more efficient, with less errors.
Okay. Pretty positive. I can't think of a negative there. I like the sound of that. What's the ultimate kind of end state, if you like, for Dubai government? Is it purely about speed, efficiency, the public-facing positivity, if you like, or is this more than that? Is this a fundamental kind of change in how decisions are made?
I don't think it has necessarily to do major impacts in how decisions are made. I mean, Dubai is a service-oriented city. It wants to offer its citizens and residents a better life, all-rounded better life, be it on a personal or a professional mentality. What is a better life for you, for me, for anybody living here? Is ultimately ensuring that whatever needs we have are catered to in an efficient way. And ultimately, that's what Dubai has always been about. Go back 20 years. Why has Dubai managed to be where it is today? It's always upped this game. It's always wanted to perform better. It always wanted, I mean, we had the major shift post-COVID.
Yeah.
Post-COVID, the amount of services that became instant services that became available and remain the reality are nowhere seen around the world. I mean, today you can order your groceries and get them within 10 minutes. I mean, Imagine with that in mind, this new initiative of AI in Dubai.
Do you know what, Alfred? That kind of frightens me, because you get your groceries before you finish making your grocery list. It's almost, I mean, the speed at the moment is scary.
I mean, soon you're going to have AI that's going to be making your grocery list as well. You won't even need to do that.
It's welcome to do that for me. The only thing I know about groceries is don't go to the shop hungry.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I've learned in my life, and I think that's wisdom. Can I ask you a couple of kind of general AI questions? And I think one of the main questions that people tend to have is, particularly from like a leadership, like a business perspective, right, is how you can communicate AI adoption without creating fear, because there is a fear with a lot of people. And how, this is something you do every day. You talk about this all the time. You're very close to this. What would your thinking on that be?
I mean, look, we've experienced that in we're a research lab that actually deploys products, and the market deploys products within enterprises and government entities. The biggest frictions that we've had in terms of increasing our sales cycle are actually the teams being worried of moving this technology forward and affecting their jobs ultimately, affecting their daily lives. Again, I might sound like a broken record, but going after the small wins, not changing the way a certain workflow is currently undergoing, a certain SOP, standard operating procedures of an organization are undergoing, and injecting AI in bits and pieces within those workflows, within those procedures, and enabling certain touch points for the humans ultimately to feel more comfortable is what will allow this digital transformation to succeed. Take for instance, one major project that we've implemented in the region is around HR as a whole. So HR from the recruitment cycle up to seeing the, let's say, leadership assessment and potential promotion of employees. So the whole life cycle of an employee. In terms of recruitment, today a recruiter or an interviewer is able to conduct 8 interviews a day, roughly, let's say.
Sure.
Is able to assess and evaluate those interviews during the next day. Probably will miss a few candidates that are potentially good for that position. Potentially a candidate might have applied to a wrong position, but might be very suitable for another position.
Mm-hmm.
This enables the recruiter, gives information to that recruiter for this recruiter to ultimately be able to take decisions with information and data that he didn't have before. Again, we really need to look at it as you mentioned at the very beginning, a co-worker assisting the humans or working hand in hand with the humans for the humans to perform their job better.
So if you look at it, if you look at AI in the right way, really, because I look at AI in this way, and I use it more and more now, but I can't use AI to write interviews for me because it doesn't work, because conversations don't work to the way that you would try to write them. It doesn't go that way. But what I do notice is I'll think, well, I'm talking to Alfred about this. I need to understand this. I don't know everything about AI. I can't claim to. I'm not an expert. You are. So I want to cover this, this, and this. And I'll then go to AI and use it to find the stuff that I've missed. And I figured that's a good way to look at AI as a really kind of good executive assistant sounding, almost like a sounding board, really.
Look, this is the starting point of using AI.
Yeah. I'm a basic user.
But for most users, for most organizations, usually when we go and get in touch with those organizations, for them, AI is their employees writing better emails. Suddenly employees that didn't speak proper English, let's say now, or speak like with Harvard or Oxford English. But the reality is that AI today is beyond that.
Yeah.
That was kind of true when ChatGPT, let's say, or GPT-3, or even earlier, like a few years back, came about, and we were like all awed, like, wow, look at that program that's generating some text. today we really need to look at AI performing actions as well.
Yeah.
Not only assisting you, not only generating text or generating ideas, but actually working on systems. It kind of, you shouldn't really look at it as chatbots or RPAs, but kind of, if you want, RPAs on steroids.
Okay, RPAs on steroids. There's a good place to finish, I think. The future of AI government here in Dubai, Digital Dubai Initiative. Alfred Manessa is the co-founder, the COO of the AI Research Lab, and more. Shafra, it's been good to have you here. I've enjoyed it. Thank you.
Here.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. It is Mira Business FM. Thank you for the messages this morning. If you are interested in Scale or Fail, our podcast all about how to scale your enterprise. We were talking a little bit earlier to a gentleman who's going to be running Falcons of Majlis, which is a new kind of startup TV show. That is now up online if you want to watch that again, by the way. Thanks for the messages. Next up, SMEs are under pressure from rising costs and uncertain demand. But lots of numbers start with, I guess, the numbers that leaders are not seeing clearly, if that makes sense. Now, on Morning Drive, we often try to uncover the financial blind spots that are holding businesses back at the moment. It's been a lot of the conversation, no less so next up. Zaid Abu Baker is the founder and CEO of Compass Point Consulting, and he's here hopefully to explain where money's slipping through the cracks and what to fix fast. So a fix it fast audit for leaders struggling to see the full picture, and maybe even some ideas on how to plug the leaks. It's kind of what we're going to be doing, Zaid. Welcome. Good to have you here.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're very welcome. So my observation to start with would be this. Business owners in Dubai working harder than ever. It's the nature of things right now. But, you know, cash flows are relatively stagnant, I guess, in lots of cases. The problem often isn't revenue. It's kind of financial fog obscuring where the money is actually going. The thing at the moment is it's just tough times now, isn't it? It's hard.
It is, and I think that it's caught many businesses, particularly founder-led SMEs, unaware.
Yeah.
They are not prepared for what they're facing at the moment. And you mentioned about cash being stagnant. The reason for that is founder-led businesses, SMEs, tend to want to chase revenue. And there is an adrenaline, a buzz that comes from signing new business, from winning new clients, right?
Sure. For sure.
And when we look to sort of inwardly towards ourselves, we always try to scratch that entrepreneurial itch to grow our businesses. And it's the top line, typically, that gives us the most satisfaction. But when you start to dig deep into an organization's financials, what you tend to see in a lot of cases is revenue growth, but profit doesn't keep up. So, for example, you might be growing your top line by 50%,
right,
but your bottom line grows by 5%. And then founders who are excellent at running their businesses from a commercial perspective, being how to sell their service or their product, get surprised when they look at their bank statement 3 months down the line and they see, well, I've got all these sales, I've got all this revenue, but it's not converting to cash. And you mentioned something in your introduction about rising costs. That concept of rising costs, coupled with chasing the top line and not having a profit or a margin discipline, is what's catching a lot of SMEs out today.
Okay, so what we need to do, and I kind of mentioned this in the introduction as well, is uncover the financial blind spots. Well, let me just ask you that as a question. What are the most common financial blind spots that you're seeing now?
So the first and foremost thing is much of the financial reporting that is available to SMEs is backwards focused, i.e. you're looking in the rear view mirror all the time.
Right.
And there's this notion or perception that, you know, forward forecasting or looking at predictive financial tools that can let you see a little bit further forward are reserved for big businesses. That's not the case. There are tools out there that enable that blind spot to be tackled. And a lot of the time it's sitting down and looking a month, 2 months, 3 months forward. And the biggest piece of advice I give to founders, SME owners that work with Compass Point is put in place cash flow discipline by making sure that you sit down Monday morning, first thing, how much money is in the bank, what's going in, what's going out, and let's do that for the next 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. So you know where you're going to land. And it's not about looking back. We're actually taking a step to look forwards here and trying to figure out what the problem's going to be, when that problem's going to arise, and then we put in place a mitigation strategy.
Do you know what? I in my mind, I'm thinking one of the things about that advice, and that's great advice, because if you're on top of the money, then you're on top of the business. I mean, clearly that's where you need to be. Why else are you in business? But I would contend that for a lot of founders, it's pretty scary looking at the bank account a lot of the time. I mean, that has to be it, surely.
It is, and it's, I tell this story during new business proposal meetings quite a lot of the time.
Right.
I spent 20 plus years as a finance director, CFO, financial controller, and in corporates. And I would always say that if someone saw me walking down the corridor, they would turn around and run in the other direction. Right? So it was always a case of, let's move in the opposite way to where the finance guy's coming from, because he's going to come and ask me about my expenses or cut this or cut that. And that's the wrong perception in my mind, because what Compass Point, what I've tried to build, what me and my colleagues and my co-founder are trying to build in terms of this organization is a business partner. You don't have to be afraid of the numbers. You just have to be willing to sit down and look at it. Because yes, it can be intimidating, and yes, there is some fear and some trepidation that people sort of approach their financials with. But we can unpick that. We can figure it out.
Well, we can. Do you know what? Actually, last week we had the CFO of our whole company on.
I saw it.
Yeah, and I just thought, how am I going to approach this interview? So I was just really nice to him. Because he signs the checks, obviously. But I understand that. But part of this is that kind of sentiment and that kind of mindset, isn't it? I mean, we talk to a lot of business owners on Mira Business FM, right? And they'll say the business is profitable, and yet at the end of the month they're stressed about payroll. Profitable on the P&L and broken the bank kind of thing. What is it that? Why do people not take the advice? Why do so many businesses struggle with cash flow, despite the fact that revenues are often pretty steady?
So in the GCC, there is a tendency for businesses to struggle with receiving payments. One of the biggest challenges that we face here is that most companies that you deal with will want to pay you based on terms. And that could be 30 days, 60 days,
90,
and now we're seeing 90, and then 90 becomes 100, and 100 becomes 120, and so on. And they don't really know how to deal with it. And I tell you, what I see most often is the founder, the CEO, the principal, doesn't want to have that conversation with the client, because they feel like having a tough conversation with the client is going to damage the relationship, is going to, the client may turn around and say, hey, you know what? Not happy with getting paid on 90 days? I'll find someone who is.
Yeah, okay.
And that, if I kind of call it a sort of a division between the management of a relationship with a client versus what a finance person or a fractional CFO should be doing, is taking that off your plate and allowing you to run your business. And it's almost a little bit of good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, okay.
And I think that that's something I get asked to do quite a lot, is go make a nuisance of yourself, Zaid. Go try and get this debt collected. And I'm happy to do that, because that's my role.
How do you approach that then? When you go and sit with a client who is maybe difficult, extending the credit terms beyond what's reasonable, because that person may have the same problem.
Yes. And I think that you have to cater your strategy depending on who's across the table from you. If you're dealing with a multinational corporate that has a policy internally which says we just pay people on terms, 60 days, 90 days, and you'll get paid, there's often not a lot you can do about it, because if you want to do business with that big MNC, that's the cost of doing business.
Right.
But if you're working with independent businesses, there is a way to try and negotiate. So could I give you 5% off if you pay me within 15 days? Could that be an early settlement discount? What about if you pay me 50% in advance and 50% when you're happy on completion? That helps my cash flow, and it helps you because you're not fully committed to the cost before you've seen what I can deliver. When it's government clients, that's a totally different strategy that has to be employed, particularly the government clients in Saudi Arabia, where they are somewhat handcuffed by internal procurement laws where you have to navigate through many, many portals and procurement legislation and try to get sort of things ticked off all the way. And this, again, is something that founders, SME owners get really excited. They say, oh, Ministry of ABC is going to give me $1 million dirham contract or $1 million Saudi riyal contract. Wow, amazing. But 6 months later, haven't been paid. And the reason they haven't been paid isn't because the ministry doesn't want to pay them. It's because they haven't followed the process. They haven't done the registrations. They haven't gone through the actual mechanics of what's required.
Procurement portals are pretty hard to navigate, let's be honest.
Yeah, you need to know what you're doing.
You really do, yeah. I have to admit, I've struggled with one a lot recently. It's pretty tough. Okay, but it is how you approach it, and there are ways that you can offer. You can kind of incentivize, is basically what you're saying. If it, not through portals, but when you're, credit control is a really tough aspect of business, but incentivization is one way of doing it.
I think so, and I think the other way of doing it is making sure that you have good relationships.
Yeah.
We're in a people-oriented environment where people are doing business with people. So if you are taking on a new client, one of the things I always advocate for is have a client onboarding form. And on that form, make sure that you've asked, who is my finance contact? Who is my payables contact? And get in touch with that person at the outset. Hi, this is me. I'm going to be sending you an invoice on a monthly basis. If there are challenges, please get in touch with me. And you have a counterparty to then go to. Much of the time what happens is you rush, you onboard business, get to the end of the month. I don't even have the tax registration number. I don't even know what their VAT number is. Oh, now I'm 5 days delayed with sending them an invoice. Who do I send the invoice to? It's just about having a little bit of upfront discipline in collecting information and making sure that when you have completed your work, you know who to send that invoice to as well.
And the other side is, as well, I suppose, you have procedures in place, you have processes in place, you have it's almost an attitude, isn't it, to business? That's a real bonus, I guess. If an SME owner has, say, a 10% leak in their margins, Zaid, where is it usually hiding? Is it in procurement? Is it unoptimized payroll? Is it dead inventory?
So quite often, it's sitting in a lack of understanding of where profit's coming from. Okay. So what I mean by that is, I notice quite a lot businesses have many streams to their revenue. So they could have several products, several services, different variations of those services or products, and they bundle everything together as one line called revenue and one line called profit. But if I don't know which ones of those services are making me 30% margin and which ones of those are at minus 5% margin, I'm unable to then pick out which of my customers are profitable and which ones are loss-making. And that's really where the biggest leaks come, particularly in service-led businesses. Service-led businesses, what tends to happen is a concept that I refer to as over-servicing. So you bring on a client who's paying you, for argument's sake, 1,000, but you're actually delivering to them 2,000 worth of service repeatedly month over month over month. And then you look at your bottom line and you're wondering where my margin leak is. Well, my margin leak is because I'm having to pay somebody to overservice them. Or I'm having to pay to bring in a product via air freight to get it to my end customer, and it's eroding my margin, but I'm not really seeing that because I can't see the different components of what it takes to deliver that service or that product. So that is where I see a lot of SME type businesses struggle. It's just a lack of knowing where the profit and loss is coming from.
You've got to have a view on everything in your business, haven't you? You've really got to have control. I mean, one of the things I wanted to ask you this morning is it's really all about that and knowing where you're going, because if you're weak from a forecasting perspective, that's going to show up in day-to-day operations and affect decision making, isn't it?
It has to, 100%. And again, I think that this comes down to the attitude that you take towards running your business. So there are some that will say, okay, it's November 2026. I'm now going to budget for 2027. I'm going to spend 3 weeks doing a budget, and then that's the end of the story. That's my forecast and budget done. Those types of businesses, if you imagine someone that did that in November of 25, by the time they've got to March of 2026, it's all out the window. There are those assumptions that they are making decisions on are no longer valid. So the best way to try and get forecasting to help you run your business, in my opinion, is to have it done on a rolling 12-month basis. So you're not looking at calendar year, you're always looking 12 months into the future. And it sounds like a really hard thing to do, but it's not, because once you get into that rhythm where, okay, we're on today towards the end of April, we'll close our April books, we'll now look at a forecast from May to April 2027. Then you do it the next month and the next month. And once you're in that rhythm and it takes you half an hour to update it if you have the right tools in place, you're then making data-driven decisions every month because you're up to date and you're live and you're taking into consideration what's happening around you, as opposed to, well, you know, I made that assumption in 7 months ago and now I'm still trying to run my business based on that assumption. It's never going to pan out for you.
Yeah, so you get your head out of the sand.
Indeed.
Yes, okay. That was very politely put. Look, we all have, in our daily lives, we've all got subscriptions or software or retainer fees, whatever it is that we've forgotten about. You know, that's normal. That's just a part of kind of modern day convenience living, I suppose. It's the same in business, isn't it? How do you advise a CEO to conduct an audit of their expenses, a zombie audit perhaps, without disrupting operations?
I actually, probably an unpopular view, but what I did, and it's a real life example, is we took the bank statement of a business that's turning over 15, 16 million dirhams a year.
Okay.
And everything is linked to the CEO's credit card, personal HSBC card, that gets debited for every subscription that you could possibly imagine, on a monthly basis. And we tried for a couple of months to get some focus on this, and in the end, I said, "Look, I'm going to take an action here. You may not like it, but actually, I think this is going to help you." And we got his PA to call up HSBC and cancel the card. So every direct debit, every standing order that was sitting on that card was then going to bounce. And I said, if anyone screams that their subscription got switched off, we'll relife it, we'll put it back on because we know it's being used. And for all the other ones, you'll know that no one was using them anyway.
Okay.
And it saved $56,000 a year in expenses, in random subscriptions, for all sorts of things that were not needed.
Like what kinds of things?
So things like a subscription tool that checks people's grammar on an email before it gets sent, subscription tools for social monitoring and sentiment analysis, subscriptions for premium tools for video editing when they were not doing any video work, all sorts of stuff, just randomly sitting there. And
so no screams in that office?
Well, there were a few.
Or fewer.
Fewer.
Than you.
Yeah, fewer. And the ones that got put back on were the ones that you would expect people to ask for. Oh, you know, my ChatGPT Pro stopped working. All right, we'll put it back on. You know, this stopped working. Right, we'll put it back on.
Right.
But sometimes it's just as simple as somebody coming in with a third-party view. And as a fractional CFO, the benefit that I have is, you know, I don't need to be friends with anybody at the end of the day because I'm a fractional CFO. I can go into that business. I can say to everybody, my role here is as an independent. I am here to do a job, and I don't need to get involved in office politics and you know, anything to do with the ins and outs of how things run on a day-to-day basis. I'm just simply here to do this particular task and go in and do that. Sometimes that actually builds a better relationship because they're like, oh, this guy's really interested in doing the right thing for our business. He's not just here to consult and advise, he's actually here to do something and action it. So you end up kind of getting a positive impact from taking, you know, sometimes a meaningful step.
See, that's interesting. That's kind of counterintuitive, but I see what you mean. Okay. So that's $56,000 a year. That's a major saving.
Indeed.
That's certainly a salary or two, or I mean, it's a huge amount of money, based on real data as well. So if you walk into a struggling SME today, what's the first thing you ask? What's the first piece of data you would ask to see? Is there one metric that tells you more about the business's health than any other?
I actually take a slightly different approach.
Okay.
What I've learned over the course of the last couple of years is doing a big investment in the pre-engagement phase with any client pays off in spades. So the first thing I would do is sit down with the most senior person, whether that's the CEO or the founder or shareholder, and I would just hear them out. What is keeping you awake at night? Where are you struggling? Now, don't tell me about your life story, tell me about the numbers and the financials, but where is it that it hurts? What's the challenge? And we then go in and do something called, for lack of a better expression, a diagnostic. It's simply, okay, you told me that these 3 or 4 things are really problematic. So I'll give you another example. I sat with a founder of a business last week, and they said to me, the biggest thing keeping me awake at night, biggest challenge is I don't know where everything that I'm purchasing in terms of inventory is going. There are gaps in the system. And so our first port of call in that case would be, all right, you have an ERP, you have a barcoding system here, where's the gap? What's the leak, to use your expression? So we would always listen to the founder, listen to the CEO, and then try to identify where we can help. Because in our line of work, you've got to go in fast and hard and make a difference. And when a founder or a CEO or a business owner can see that you've gone in and immediately been able to make an impact and solve a problem, you go to the next one and the next one. And that typically is what we look for. And it's no single KPI or no single metric. It depends business to business. But you hit on it first up this morning. The majority of the challenges we see right now is cash.
Yeah, well, it just seems, I mean, we talked to a lot of people, and that's kind of been, it's almost a mantra at the moment, you know. Lots of founders try to be their own CFO, and naturally that's the case. I know, I see the raised eyebrows. Until you get to like a certain size, right?
Yeah.
So at what point does doing it yourself start costing you more in opportunity cost than hiring, you know, the right person for that role? An expert.
I'm very biased in that opinion.
So you should be.
So I would say you should never be your own CFO, because if your skill set is being charismatic, visionary, coming up with new ideas, services, building relationships, networking, selling, go do that. Why spend your time worrying about the numbers? Give that to somebody else to do, because immediately there's an opportunity cost. And that's something that I say, or see rather, a lot. It's, right, I'm going to spend X number of hours doing financial related things. But that's at the cost of going and pitching some business or going and doing something more value additive that you can do in the business. So I would say almost immediately. But if you're asking for specific size and scale, what I see today is any business that's doing somewhere between about 1.5 million, 2 million dirhams in turnover, up to about 30 or 40 million in turnover, is not in need of a full-time CFO, because the business isn't at the scale. So a fractional CFO would work for you. Once you start to tip that and you go sort of over that 40 million dirham mark, $10 million mark, you're typically going to have 30, 40 employees. At that point, you probably start to think about, well, maybe I need a full-time in-house option. But our clients are sometimes a bit bigger than that as well, and the fractional model still works for them. It all depends on the nature of the business. But I would say, don't play to your strengths. You know, do the things where you can add the most value to the business. And if financials and numbers and forecasting and budgeting isn't your bag, you don't enjoy that stuff, you don't like it, let someone else get it done for you.
It's all good common sense stuff. We're a little bit short on time. Actually, we're running slightly over time. I'm going to push it a little bit. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions just before the news.
Sure.
Looking ahead, what financial habits are going to separate, this is the word of the moment, resilient SMEs from those that may struggle?
So I think the ones that will do best, and I sort of add to this that I've been in the UAE a very long time. I've seen it bounce several times over, and I have no reason to believe it won't do so again. But the businesses that will be resilient enough to take advantage of that bounce are those that practice data-driven discipline. Because if you are a founder that's making decisions and you're like, well, I feel like that's the right decision, instinctively I think that's the right answer, it's not going to work. Because you have to have the information at hand to make the best decision available. And if you're data-driven, disciplined about the way that you operate, you're going to end up doing better than the person who doesn't.
The last thing, and I want to squeeze this in quickly, they're all looking at me now because I know I need to go to the news, but I came across this quotation online, and it's attributed to you, and I really liked it, and I wanted to mention it this morning. I don't know if you said it or not, but you can confirm or deny.
Okay.
Most SMEs don't fail because they have a bad product. They fail because they have a leaky bucket.
Yep.
Is this is you?
It is.
And I really like the bucket analogy. I just wanted you to finish that off, if you would.
Sure. So I think that the place it came from was people spend so much time trying to pour water and fill up their bucket with new business.
Yeah.
Prospects, leads, top of the sales funnel, as much as they can do in terms of generation of new business. But then they forget about it. They pour into the top of it, and then they say, well, okay, but then what's the cost to service that? Am I hiring this person? Is it the right hire? Are they at the right level? Are they fully utilized? It just leaks all the way through.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is people have this tendency, and I say it again, to have a kind of adrenaline hit of winning new business. And listen, I'm no different to the next person. I like to win, right? And everybody likes to win. But you have to have the discipline to say, you know what, at that price, it's just not worth it.
Yeah. And if your bucket's got holes in it, you're never going to fill it, are you?
Absolutely
There
right.
you go. Okay, SME Financial Fragility on the Morning Drive. Zaid Abu Baker is the founder and CEO of Compass Point Consulting. Zaid, it's been good to talk to you. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
It's the Morning Drive. This is Mira Business FM. Islamic finance is undergoing a significant structural evolution. We're seeing a really distinct move away from public markets towards private, bilateral, even club deals. And new data from Fitch Ratings shows Sharia-compliant syndicated financing has surged in 2026, early 2026, even overtaking US dollar Sukuk, Islamic bond issuance. So the question that arises is what's driving this move towards more private deals, and what does it mean for regional markets? And I'm joined by Saif Shauki, who is the Islamic Finance Director at Fitch Ratings. Good to meet you, Saif. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Tim.
It's very good to have you with us. So the latest data, I have to say, kind of striking. We're seeing Islamic syndicated financing grow nearly 300% year on year. That's impressive, actually overtaking public US dollar Sukuk issuance in the first quarter of the year. So is this temporary reaction to the conflict, or are we seeing maybe a more permanent change into how businesses are funding themselves? That's my first question.
Tim, firstly, thank you for having me as part of your studio. My name is Saif Shauki, as you introduced. Firstly, Islamic syndication is not a new phenomena. It's, in fact, its evolution, its maturity even predates the growth and maturity of the debt capital markets or bonds and sukuk in the GCC countries.
Yeah.
So if I'm to lay the lay of the land, the size of the market touched upon about $220 billion globally when it comes to Islamic syndication outstanding.
Yeah.
Most of the market remains concentrated in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE, in Egypt, but also in other Gulf countries, and Malaysia, Indonesia, Turkey, and Pakistan.
Right.
So that's the lay of the land. And if I'm to talk about, let's say, market shares, right? In the Gulf region, for example, it actually grew from last year. So, for example, in the first quarter of this year, the Islamic share of the syndications market reached around 50% in the first quarter of this year. It was around 35% last year.
Okay.
If I'm to go towards the west, towards Egypt, it was around 30%. If I'm to go further towards Turkey, it was around 50% again. So all in all, is to say that it's not really a new phenomena. It's having its significant role as a funding tool in many of the OIC or countries, or the Organization of Muslim Cooperation or Islamic Cooperation countries. What's different this time is that when the Iran war or the US-Iran war started, effectively the US dollar sukuk and bonds from the region became muted.
Right.
While activity actually in the Islamic syndications was affected. Don't get it wrong; it did get affected.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, there was activity, there was deals. Actually, as you mentioned, year-on-year transactional growth actually was around 300% growth.
Yeah.
So this talks to you the viability that even during stress times, it remains a core funding tool.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, the figures are headline grabbing, obviously, but give me a context, if you can, of how significant it is that Islamic syndicated financing is overtaking dollar sukuk issuance.
So if you look at the last 5 years, right, from COVID times till where we are right now, it's not that it's always been the case that the sukuk or the bond market has been lower in terms of volumes or outstanding sizes than syndications. Actually, there have been times where syndications has outpaced or has bigger size than the DCM market, and there have been times where actually sukuk has outpaced, and vice versa, for example. So it's it ebbs and flows between the years. Nevertheless, what's interesting this time is that historically, whenever we had volatilities, market corrections, geopolitical tensions, Sharia-driven tensions, or changes in the sukuk space, issuances tend to briefly halt before kickstarting again.
Yeah. Okay.
This time it's different. It's been almost 2 months since the war started, and we haven't seen the other side kick in. While actually, we have seen more activity continue in the banking space. And this is because of the accommodative role of the GCC banking system when it comes to syndications, both Islamic banks and conventional banks.
Okay, so it seems then a long-term shift rather than a short-term reaction by issuers.
I mean, I will not say it's a long-term shift, right? So, I mean, going one step back.
Or a trend that's... Is a trend catching up? Is that a better way to describe it? I don't know.
So it is a part of the funding toolkit of entities, of industrial firms, of sovereigns, of energy companies. But I think it helps to set a story of I think it helps to go back to 10 years ago or so, around 2017, when Saudi Arabia, for example, they issued almost for the first time the sovereign dollar sukuk, right? Prior to that, the debt capital markets in the region, when it comes to sukuk and bonds, were not really that active. It's really in the last 10 years or so where you saw the surge of sukuk and bonds. And actually, even post-COVID, where many of the governments in the region, many of the financial institutions, corporates, they wanted to diversify their funding sources.
Yeah.
And we saw, a push in a way of debt capital markets. And that's deliberate. It didn't happen randomly. Yeah. It's on back of strategies by the governments. I'm sure you know about the Vision 2030, plans by the governments in the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and almost all the sovereigns in the region are active in the DCM space as of now. Syndication, as I mentioned, goes pre that, right? It goes even before the 2017 rise. So will it change the dynamics? Yes, as long as the DCM issuances in the Gulf, the dollar issuance specifically, remains low. The role of syndications, and in particular Islamic syndications, will help cover that funding gap.
Yeah.
Will it exceed that? We know it'll be mainstream funding source of funding in the rest of 2026. But the evolution of the Iran war, when it comes to scope, when it comes to duration, when it comes to sustainability of the ceasefire, that will set this pace.
Yeah. Okay. How are banks supporting the growth in the GCC?
So, the GCC Islamic banks, they have a very interesting role, right? They are not only involved in syndications market domestically, i.e., for example, UAE banks funding UAE projects. Yeah. They're also involved cross-border, whether it's in the other GCC countries, it could be with entities in Egypt, entities in Turkey, across other jurisdictions, for example. So they have been actively supporting the syndications market and, frankly, even the sukuk market, as they are not only key arrangers of Islamic syndication and sukuk, they're also key investors in syndications, key investors in sukuk, and also arrangers of these instruments. As the first quarter of this year, we see that around 65% of the Islamic banks and Islamic multilaterals that we rate, all of them are actually investment grade. Around 65% of them, almost, many of them actually on stable outlooks. We haven't seen any defaults. And this actually, the GCC Islamic banks, when they entered the Iran war, many of them entered with ample liquidity, adequate capital buffers, and significant market share in these jurisdictions. I think it's important to know that when you, for example, drive through UAE, when you drive through Bahrain, when you drive through Saudi Arabia, you will see Islamic banks all over the place. It is a significant part of the DNA of the banking system in the region.
It's part of the landscape.
It's part of the landscape, exactly. So if you're a corporate, if you're a utility company, if you're a sovereign, many of these transactions, many of the syndicate transactions are actually dual tranched. You could have a conventional leg, and you can have an Islamic leg, so as not to exclude, you can say around 40%, or depending which jurisdiction you look at. In Saudi Arabia, Islamic banking is around 85% of financing, right? In the UAE, in Qatar, it's anything from around 25% to 30%.
Sure.
And in Oman, it's around 20%. So to not exclude the banking system, many of these deals are structured as Sharia compliant.
Yeah. Okay. Why are private syndications becoming more attractive than sukuk? How much of this growth that we're seeing is simply because local or regional Islamic banks have liquidity and are maybe actively pushing these deals?
I will not say that one is better than the other or one is worse than the other. Each of them have their own features, which makes it advantageous to pull it from the funding toolkit.
Sure.
But syndications, whether it's the Islamic side or the conventional side, they're more private in nature, right? They could give issuers, potential speed of execution, potentially less complexity than issuing a bond or a sukuk. There's listing requirements, there's regulatory requirements, which many issuers would need to meet. So syndications, it could be more relationship-based, financing contracts. The Islamic side kicks in because, again, you have a significant funding pool, right? You also have conventional banks and Islamic banks who would, divide the credit risk among institutions and hence reduce the credit risk, which is also attractive for many of the FIs in the region. The banking sector, as I mentioned earlier, they have been accommodative to syndications since the beginning of this year. But I think each of the issuers and each of these countries, they have their own dynamics, right? So, for example, in the beginning of this year, we saw the Saudi government announced as part of the 2026 annual borrowing plan that they plan to raise up to 50% of their funding needs from private markets, including syndications.
Right.
If you look into UAE, for example, the GREs or the government-related entities are involved in infrastructure projects and development projects, and we expect their debt issuances to rise, including from syndications. In the UAE, we have the government's halal or Islamic finance and halal strategy that can also provide impetus for Islamic syndications, along with other verticals of the Islamic finance industry. In Egypt, we know that there is a sizable external funding needs, and Egypt has strong support for both multilateral institutions and bilateral institutions, which will support their syndication story.
Okay. Can I make an observation, then ask you for an observation? Syndicated deals are private deals, right? So they don't provide the same kind of marketing or visibility, okay, like a public sukuk listing does on Nasdaq Dubai or the stock exchange in London, wherever. So I suppose, in a way, companies are kind of sacrificing visibility, brand visibility, because, for the sake of speed in some ways. Is that a reasonable assessment?
I mean, as I mentioned, each of these venues, they have their own advantages, right? So to save that, you're sacrificing on media visibility is not something I will comment on. But, when we had, I believe it was in February, when Saudi Energy Company, formerly Saudi Electricity Company, they raised around $4 billion from Islamic syndications. We had, Emirates Global Aluminium, around $5 billion of facilities, including an Islamic tranche. We had Emirates Islamic in the UAE. We had Dubai Aerospace Enterprises. They were able to attract significant sources of funding from both regional and international investors using, a part of the funding mix using, Islamic syndications. Even in Turkey, we had Turkcell issue $1 billion. So, syndications is a useful tool for large-scale financing needs. Right, and of course, sometimes certainty over pricing potentially, and sometimes the scale of issuances makes syndications a viable tool.
Yeah, I guess what I'm hinting at is it's in a way it's a trade-off, isn't it? In terms of the splash of a public sukuk, the kudos that comes with that. I suppose in some ways, in perception at least, is one thing. But the speed and the nimble approach it allows you to your business of a private syndication that's where I'm going with that. Which sectors are leading demand for private deals?
So in the first quarter of this year, we saw the lion's share being taken by industrial firms. We saw the likes of government agencies also tap the market. We saw electricity companies, tap the market. Earlier last year, we saw sovereigns also being active in the syndication space. As I mentioned earlier, Saudi government has a plan to, raise up to 50% from private markets, and the balance from the debt capital markets, i.e. sukuk and bonds. So its importance is not going to fade away in the short to medium term.
Okay. What does the liquidity on display here, if you like, mean for the sukuk market?
That's a great question. I think it's a timely question because since the start of the Iran war, we actually studied the liquidity of these products. Right. And the way we look into liquidity is using Bloomberg liquidity scores, where there is a score ranging from 1 to 100. I know it's a little bit technical, but if you can fancy me, so 100 being the most liquid.
Okay.
And with the highest liquidation cost, in other words, 1 being the least liquid. Using our analysis, we saw that investment-grade sukuk, in general, were more liquid than speculative-grade sukuk in our coverage. But since the start of the war, both the categories actually fell in terms of liquidity scores. But the fall of the speculative-grade sukuk actually was much more steeper than the investment-grade sukuk. The impact actually is also visible when it comes to sectors. We see that sukuk issued by corporates were significantly less liquid compared to, let's say, sovereign sukuk or supranational sukuk. The impact also varies by countries. So, for example, sukuk issued by entities in Indonesia or Malaysia or supranationals, like Islamic Development Bank in Jeddah, for example, their sukuk were much more liquid compared to sukuk in the region, whose liquidity of their both sukuk and bonds in the Gulf, it fell. But actually, it's not only a Gulf story. Even sukuk issued by Turkish entities, Egyptian entities, their liquidity also fell. And I think the evolution of liquidity varies depending on the scope of the conflict.
Okay. What about investor appetite for sukuk? What's the effect been?
That's a brilliant question, Tim. So, I mean, we have not had, many dollar sukuk issuances and bond issuances from the region. So it's hard to gauge the primary market demand. For example, to say that there's undersubscription. In fact, we have had issuances from our, from the entities that we rate who were about to go to the market, but their plans were either kept on hold or they were shelved because of the conflict that started.
Yeah.
But if I'm to gauge at the secondary markets, an interesting trend was emerged that actually if we start from the end of Feb when the war started till the end of March, we saw that the spreads of the US dollar, GCC, sukuk, and bonds actually was at a 5-year high. This actually predates, for example, this is actually more than all the conflicts, the geopolitical uncertainties, the tax US tariff imposed last year was more than that. But actually, it remains below pandemic level uncertainties, if I may.
Okay.
We are still assessing the impact. Actually, since the end of March, we see that the spreads have fallen down. But if I may go one step back, the rise in the spreads, they are an indication of the risk perception by investors, right? But we see that the risk perceptions or the yields have actually been falling down, following the ceasefire, but they are not still back to the pre-war levels. So investor uncertainty still remains.
You kind of alluded to this earlier, but I wanted to ask you, we're seeing Islamic borrowers using Islamic tranches within conventional syndicated deals. Is this the future, a hybrid model where you don't choose between Islamic or conventional, but it's there for you kind of blend them together for investor benefit?
I mean, this is not only limited to the syndications world. Even in the sukuk world,
sure,
you could have, for example, the government of Saudi Arabia, the governments of the UAE, or the individual Emirates, Indonesian sovereigns. Frankly, all across the world, they might issue a conventional bond, and they might issue a sukuk to meet their funding needs.
Yeah.
But when the syndications world, similar parallels are there. But it depends on your mandate, if I may. You have Islamic banks, right, whose core mandate is to operate in a Sharia-compliant manner. Sure. They cannot, even if the deals are better in the conventional side, they cannot approach that, right? So you're structured, by design to have Islamic funding sources. You have Islamic corporates who can only deal in Sharia-compliant financing forms, right? So it depends from issuer to issuer. But yes, there are many issuers out there who actually have a mixed bag approach. We can take the Islamic liquidity and we can use the conventional liquidity. And in fact, many of these deals, the syndications market, around 60% of them or so are in US dollars, right? Helping issuers in the region tap not only the regional liquidity, but also the international liquidity which syndications provide.
Yeah. Okay. So best of both worlds, really. Yeah. How do you see the balance between sukuk and syndications evolving this year? Let me put to you a scenario, I guess. If geopolitical tension cools, do you expect the public sukuk market to roar back? Or has the corporate sector realized that private syndication is another, maybe in some ways, a more efficient way to operate?
A brilliant question again, Tim. I mean, we need to go back to last year or the end of last year. It was a strong year when it comes to issuances in the Gulf. The GCC debt capital markets, i.e. sukuk and bonds, the size actually crossed $1 trillion. As we speak, it's around $1.2 trillion, right?
It's scary figures.
Yes.
Brilliant.
So and not only this, right? So GCC, if you look 10 years ago, the numbers were nowhere similar to this.
Yeah.
So far, the GCC, they have around 40% share of the emerging market US dollar issuances, right? So they're not only a key part in the old countries, they are a key part of the global emerging market scene when it comes to dollar issuances, excluding China. Sukuk is 41% of the GCDCM. And its maturity and its growth patterns is not going to go away anytime soon. In fact, the local currency markets in the Gulf, despite the wars, despite the uncertainties, many of these sukuk and bonds in local currencies continue to be, demanded by investors many of them, domestic banks.
Yeah.
So that side of the equation is not going anytime away soon. In fact, governments could be incentivized to develop the local currency markets further. We are seeing a push towards dirham monetary implementation, for example, where the government is trying to push, in the UAE the dirham market, and in Saudi Arabia the riyal market. That's two legs of the parallel. In the syndications market, similarly to this, it had a robust start to the beginning of this year. Even, actually syndications and sukuk had a very notable January and February, right? But as long as the volatility remains, as long as uncertainty remains, we don't think the GCC issuances will be strong going ahead, right? So issuances will remain subdued until volatility subsides. Till that space, I think the role of Islamic syndications, the role of private placements, the role of certificate of deposits for Islamic banks or conventional banks, these private channels, if I may, they are likely to maintain a good role because, maybe you saw earlier, many of the governments in the region, Abu Dhabi, you saw Qatar, you saw Kuwait, tapping private placement fundings, and banks in the region tapping private placements. Why? Because the public markets remain, broadly more affected than the private markets.
Final question for you, Saif. If a chief financial officer is at work today, sat in the office, trying to decide on a Q3 funding strategy, for example, what's the one question to ask a treasurer before choosing between a sukuk and a syndicated facility?
As a rating agency, we can't advise. It's really not. We can't advise. We can't recommend. So that's not part of my mandate as such. But it's important to look at the fundamentals.
Right.
Right. You have to look at what's the lay of the land, what's the investor appetite, what's the pricing dynamics which you could be entering into, and frankly it differs from issuers to issuers, right? There is no one cap fit all, right? So having said that, most of the corporates in the region, they remain reliant on bank funding.
Yes.
Right. So the disruptions of the bond market or the sukuk market, it hasn't really affected their funding choices much. So each institution to their own, if I may.
I'm glad you said fundamentals there because from how I read the situation at the moment, the fundamentals have not changed in this region.
If I may compliment, we haven't seen any sukuk defaults since the war started.
That's a good point.
Yeah, despite the volatilities, there is no even rating downgrades since the start of the war, right? Most of the issuers in the region, they still are on stable outlooks. There is an uptick of issuers on rating watch negative, which talks about the evolving risks, but the vast majority remains, investment grade in the region, and I leave it at that.
It's a much more positive picture. I feel that I've gained from you. Why the sukuk isn't the automatic default anymore, and how syndicated financing has become maybe an unexpected start of Q1 2026. That's certainly a headline, I guess. Saif Shawki is Islamic Finance Director at Fitch Ratings. It's been good talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you for having us.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.